Hi, boys and girls, lads and lasses, and welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky. And tonight, no Bindology, so 31st, all the boys, so nobody to keep us under under control.
No.
It's boys' night. Anything could happen.
Utter chaos.
Yeah, well, the good thing is, Windology is unable to attend. It's not as if because she spent 70 million.
Anything can happen the next 3.5 hours.
Yes. Basically, we didn't cancel a let Batgirl, so we're okay in that respect. So I'm just actually setting this. I just need to check something. I'm checking on my iPad because I can't do it on my stream because it's just to make sure we're actually broadcasting. I have to always check on that to see if we're broadcasting. You see, boys and girls.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, it
We're
looks
live.
like
Actually,
we're live.
You are
Yes, I always like to check it.
on.
And on mine, my
You're
camera
a
must
black
be
blob on YouTube.
Yes, I noticed that. So let's put.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Hello, Arnie.
Yeah,
See,
that was
when
from
Wendy
the-
goes away, nothing's
Yeah.
working.
Don't
Alex
forget
is
this, Arnie.
It's
Yeah,
madness.
I need
It's
to actually
madness.
change my avatar because that was my Predator avatar when we were doing
That was such a fun show. I had a good time there.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
I did
Get in
Oh,
my
that-
belly.
That was the original casting choice. He would just have
Yeah.
snacked up Predator.
Right. Well, speaking about Predator, and please don't hate me for this. That I did watch Prey yesterday.
You're not the only one.
Is it out now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, how
You're not the only
was
one.
that?
Quite good. I thought it
Really?
was quite good. Yeah.
You're not the only one that said that. You're not the only one.
I'm amazed.
Miranda watched it
baffled,
and she says it was good. It was back to the original Predator.
Yeah.
The ending was a wee bit but it wasn't bad.
Wow. Well,
Also, I noticed one thing is that the Predator hasn't got a shoulder cannon. If it had its shoulder cannon, the film would have been over in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and also the Predator looked different.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't see it really a lot, do you?
I've not seen it. I've just seen clips and reviews. But
yeah,
the
you
clip I
don't-
saw of it looked completely different.
Yeah,
It
but you
wasn't
don't
the
see
usual
that.
one with the mouth.
I know,
yeah.
but you don't see that a lot. It's. I think they just don't want to, reveal too much. Otherwise, it'd be like, everyone would be moaning about it. But all I can say, the story is good, and the character, she's not what you call the Mary Sue in it. She just wants to be like her older brother. She wants to be a hunter or not.
Oh, that's good. So they didn't Mary Sue her. That's good.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is all very surprising to me.
Yeah.
Because that
I was just gonna
trailer
say.
did not lend itself to a movie that I thought I would probably enjoy. So
Well, you don't see any pride flags or her going down more dominant than the males. It's just, it is like a good traditional type. It's like how could it be? It's like Dances with Wolves and what's that?
Dances
other
with
one?
Predators.
you know what would have made Dancing with Wolves better?
Yeah.
And they did it. They did it.
Dancing with werewolves.
Well, that would work well. But yeah,
Hey, Kelly.
the picture I saw from Prey looked as if it was more like the original idea for the Predator, just the way it looked.
That
remember the
wonky
one we
looking
saw the
thing?
picture? Remember we saw the picture with John
Yeah.
Claude. It looked more like that. It was a dark picture, so it wasn't actually very clear.
It sounds like it might be worth watching them because there was a film franchise that did surprise me. Skylines. The first one is so boring. You want to kill not only yourself, but you're hoping that the characters will die before you want to go and just take a very long walk off a short cliff.
Was that the Alien Invasion movie, Jim?
Yeah.
Alien invasion, they scoop up humans for like.
I vaguely remember it.
I can't even
But it
remember.
came out that must have been 20 what, 2008 somewhere probably.
Yeah.
Don't recall exactly, but recently, and I think this must have come during lockdown. It was quite heavy on the CGI, but they made the CGI look good. And I'm not sure how they did it, but the CGI actually looked, when they did the fight sequences and everything, like it was connecting.
Yeah.
So it must have been a lot of mocap, a lot of like body armors and everything. But I was surprised by it. And it was like, I have nothing better to do. It's Sunday afternoon. I'm just waiting for the laundry to dry.
Yeah.
Like,
I saw Sci-Fax has basically said it was pretty decent, but there was definitely some messaging they could do without, but entertaining. And I suppose nowadays entertaining and not too bad is a big step up.
Exactly. We'll take it.
We'll take the
yeah, we'll take it, but it takes a lot to actually move
Yeah.
that entertainment bar or entertainment gauge. They have to
I know, these days,
really
yeah.
push
Well,
it now.
It takes a metal
I actually didn't
detector
even
and
know-
mining rig to find the bar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
I'm
lowered the
still
bar
searching.
so far right now. You're going to trip over that damn thing if you get too close to it.
Yeah. But it could be worse. It could be worse. They could have not cancelled Batgirl and Supergirl.
I was so happy with that news. That actually warmed my heart in ways that it hasn't been warmed in some time.
Yeah. See, even my wife was surprised. She's saying, why would they cancel it if they've already spent that amount of money and finished it? I says,
It must be
they've
that
shelved-
bad.
They've shelved it, and it's because they're not wanting to release it into the cinema because it will fail. But eventually, it will appear. It'll end up
It'll
on streaming somewhere.
streaming
because-
directly to streaming or
When we
something.
were growing up a long time ago, it was called a very unique thing, straight to VHS.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. There is a few.
Yeah, and that's where your shit movies would end up just going.
And some of
They
the
would
fun
go right
movies
there.
used to end up in straight to video.
Yeah.
They were fun. Because you look at the Tremors, I think Tremors 3 and 4 went straight to video.
Yeah.
They were
Probably,
fun.
yeah.
And they got picked up again because Tremors, they were always on TV and stuff like that. Or straight to TV was another one. It was not released anywhere else.
Oh, the Turner Classic movies, whatever they were churning out.
Yeah.
Some of them were actually fairly decent, considering.
Hallmark as well.
Yeah, Hallmark. For the budget they had,
Well,
and so many unknowns.
Yeah.
I mean, not so much in our genre, it was in general, but you look at the number of cozy mysteries that are TV movies. You know, you get a book. I mean, the one that first comes to mind is Charlene Harris. Every single one of her librarian mysteries, I think. My brain switched off on the character's name. They've all gone. They're all, I think, Hallmark or summer movies. And they're very good. They're good films because they're TV movies, so they're only about an hour 20 long.
Yeah.
And they're just, you know, some things work as probably even work better to TV movie because there's not so much in there that you want to put all the money into.
Yeah. And apparently they're saving about 20 million by not releasing it.
That actually makes
But-
a lot of sense. Because they don't have to do
but also the
advertising
fact
and all the promo stuff.
But that's why I
and
think it's going to eventually just go into their own streaming service. They're just going to put it there, no advertising, nothing. It'll just appear. So it'll be.
There it is.
minimal.
There it goes.
And this is also remember, this is a franchise that's already on fire. It is burning.
Yeah.
Because they haven't churned out a really great movie. They had the Wonder Woman film, which is probably the most well received of the bunch. I personally liked Man of Steel, even though I know it's not super popular. But the others, Batman versus Superman, was just straight up garbage. I didn't give two craps about Aquaman. Not one. There was not one crap to be given. And
Aquaman, believe it or not, to me, whoever actually says, right, here's a good comic book, but we'll make it for girls. There is a lot of females who like comic books, but not as many as you think.
No, that's not good marketing.
Aquaman would not be on top of that pile unless it was actually Jason Momoa, but The comic book wasn't Jason Momoa.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The fact is, when they were making the movie, it was here's a good comic book movie we'll make, but we'll make it for a girl, so Jason Momoa. And that's basically why people were and that's the way they were advertising.
Yeah, I didn't like Aquaman. I thought it was dull.
It occurs to me that I wonder, I was saying to Alex last night, we were talking about you look at most of the DC movies, right? They're all their top tier characters. Whatever you think of the films, it's Superman, it's Batman, it's Wonder Woman, right? It's their top tier characters.
Yeah.
Not massively successful overall. The MCU, not one, most of the main characters in phase 1 and phase 2 of the MCU were not top tier Marvel characters, right?
And was a tier B character.
The tier A for Marvel is probably Spidey, which was Sony got, didn't they?
So Sony managed to do a really clever pinch there.
Oh God, what's the other one? Spider-Man, the X-Men, Fantastic Four. So I wonder if someone at DC thought, hold on a second, Marvel are doing really well with tier B characters. Aquaman is a tier B character.
Yeah.
I wonder if the idea of Aquaman was to sort of see if a tier B character will emulate something of the success that the MCU had.
No, I see the problem.
I wonder. It just occurred to me.
I think they did the opposite because they were wanting to build the universe. So Aquaman is part of the Avengers. One of my picks of the week, I picked up in the charity shop. That's why I'm talking.
Oh, did you get the? Is that the Schneider cut or is that the standard?
Yeah, the Schneider cut.
Version?
That's the Schneider cut.
Thank God for that.
No, you know what? I enjoyed the 4-hour version of that. The original theatrical version I didn't like, but the Schneider version, the restored version, I did enjoy.
Yeah.
It's still a little clunky just because DC doesn't, or Warner Brothers can't make a good superhero movie. Apparently, they've lost that ability.
They don't know how.
That 4-hour version was good. It was very entertaining. I didn't mind losing 4 hours of my life to that.
Yeah. So basically, I think it was because they were aiming for that is the only reason they did an Aquaman movie. If it wasn't for them trying to build up to that, they would not have done an Aquaman movie. So even if it was tier 2 or whatever, they would have just not. It's because they were aiming for that. They had to give them the movie.
Well, they had to spread some more. So this is a fair point.
Yeah. So they were trying to build it up. So that was the only reason. If they weren't building it towards Justice League, Aquaman wouldn't have got a movie. I don't think.
Probably not. No.
Yeah, but remember he showed up. Didn't, and please forgive me if I'm getting this wrong because my brain is ancient. Didn't Aquaman show up in Justice League first, and then the Aquaman movie followed Justice League?
He showed up in that one or no? Because I think BVS is where Wonder Woman turned up, isn't it? So it was probably.
Well, he had a minute cameo in BVS anyway. He was on.
I was going to say again, if you look at it, he's the Black Widow Hawkeye of the DCEU. He doesn't get his own movie until he's appeared in one of the.
Well, you look at the other ones that not had a movie yet. Obviously, you've got the Groomer. His movie's going to be rewritten.
Speaking of destroying the franchise,
still not been done. Cyborg's still not got his movie.
He won't get a movie.
No,
there's no way that actually. Well, I would be very surprised if you get anything else out of the DCU in its current form. Because the Flash movie, which is basically based on the Flashpoint paradox, is going to be shelved indefinitely because they have to do the reshoots because of the lunatic. That is a giant torpedo to the franchise, because they were really hoping to bring people in with that, because you had the Michael Keaton nostalgia bait.
Yeah.
Then again,
but they got rid of Henry Cavill and they put in the girl who isn't getting her own movie now. They really stepped on their own junk in their thought process of putting that thing together.
But then again, conversely, you're absolutely right there. But if some of the things that Doomcock was saying he's heard, which actually do kind of follow on with what's happened with Batgirl and Supergirl, the original cut of
Justice League.
No, not Justice League. The one we were just talking about. Batgirl. No, Batgirl.
Yeah.
Batgirl was supposed to. No. Batgirl was supposed to kill off Michael Keaton's Batman. The original cut of the Flash, because they're doing Flashpoint, was supposed to effectively kill all three of the strands of the main DC thing. So that was effectively supposed to reset it. So if we've not got that, because apparently, so they changed it, and apparently, again, another rumor, again, we're gonna have to wait and see, is that the post-credit scene of, is it Black Adam? The one
that's
that I've
the one
never
that's
heard
coming out next.
That's the one that's coming
The
out.
post-credit scene of that is supposed to feature Henry Cavill, or have a cameo of Henry Cavill.
You know why they're doing that? It's because they want a Shazam Superman v Black Adam.
Yeah, but what they mean is
that would be great if they could do it and not screw it up.
Not
but
screw it up.
DC has a real problem.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. All they need to do is actually stop making ones where the world, the whole universe is going to end, and just give us a superhero movie.
Yeah, where do you go after you saved the universe 3 times this week?
Yeah, my preferred level of superhero is actually Kick-Ass, because that's the closest you can go
Kick-Ass was a lot
to Spidey.
See, I was never a big fan of Kick-Ass, I must admit. I've watched it, but it was one of the ones I thought, once I finished it, I thought...
For me, it is one of the last superhero films that I can think of that didn't go $100 million on its CGI budget. It had the low cheeky points in there, and the finales with like classical overture, wherever they are, you recognize them. For me, I love the
more of the Mystery Men.
Oh yes.
Ooh,
I kind of forgot about Mystery Men. I've seen it, but man, it's been a minute since I've seen that.
I've seen that one, and I've still watched them. I don't think I saw Mystery Men.
Oh, Mystery Men is absolutely fantastic. You've got the Blue Raj.
That's Ben Stiller, right? Isn't that his gang?
Mr. Angry. He's Mr. Angry.
Yeah.
And you've got the Spleen, who farts, and then you've got the Invisible Boy, who only turns invisible if nobody's looking at him.
Oh, especially the name of the villain.
What is it?
You mean he's an invisible weeping angel?
Mr. Waffle Man.
Yeah.
Waffle Man! Basically, there's a lot of cameos. You've got Eddie Izzard playing, and then you've got
Jeffrey Rush.
Frankenstein.
Casanova Frankenstein. Yeah.
And it's just, to me, that's a fun comic book movie. And that's what you need. It doesn't need to be all world ending. It just needs to be fun comic.
Well, DC can't do that. They're not. Well, I know the next Shazam film actually looks like it could be fun. The last one was surprising to me. I enjoyed it. I didn't think I was going to like it, and I actually did. So I'm hoping that this one is going to be enjoyable as well. I don't have a lot of hopes for Black Adam, though. I don't think, and this is I'm getting a vibe from it that I just don't care, which is what DC has done to
me. I mean, Macy, the shoveler. And his wife was, what was the singer? She was his wife in it, the shoveler's wife. William
Greer, was it?
and his wife. Oh God, what was her name? It was the coloured woman, the singer. Because I don't listen to music, I know she's a singer. That's it.
I
That's
don't
it.
listen to
But
music.
she plays his wife in
I
it, and
understand those
it
words.
is really good. The dynamics in it. He's always trying to actually. I'll one more job, and then I'll see if it works. And she's basically, she's not nagging him. She's just basically, listen, you need to do something to actually earn a crust. I can't think, but I loved the Mystery Men. I think to me it's one of those movies I could rewatch over and over. But do you know why I've the type of vibe I get from Black Adam? And I know a lot of people are going to actually go, that's it, unsubbed, is the Joker vibe. Because I have no interest in watching the Joker movie. Because I don't care enough about the villains in the sequels. And the Black Adam, I don't want to hear his history, his backstory.
No, you don't need to. You don't need the backstory. You know, I like the Joker movie.
Oh no,
I'm gonna throw a giant butt into that. The Joker movie didn't need to be the Joker movie. The Joker movie could have been about anyone who had a psychotic break, and you tweak the script literally that much, and you get that Joker movie. It was just about a man in descent.
Mm-hmm. Now that you mention it,
to make it a Joker movie, but it didn't have to be.
It kind of clicked now that you just mentioned it, that it could be tweaked a little bit. Because didn't Christian Bale do something like The Mechanic or something 2003?
Yeah, that's when he was on an apple and can of tuna diet. Because it was just before they did Batman. Was it The Dark Knight or was it... I can't remember which film it was, and you'll just have to forgive me for that. But he had gotten so skinny, and you could tell when they did that next Batman film that he hadn't put on the weight again, because he was literally skin and bones.
Yeah. Do you know?
The only person with a legit power was the chick with the bowling ball.
Yeah.
And the only reason it was the bowling ball she had, because it had the skull of her late father. In it.
Yep.
I remember that.
It was she was the bowler.
Anyway, it was Jennifer Lewis who played the Shoveler's wife.
Was it?
Who?
Yeah. Jennifer Lewis.
Was it?
Oh, no.
That's a great question, Colin. The question is still who?
Yeah. Well, I'm finding that. I mean, I must admit, I'm finding with a lot of these things, I'm in a really weird position that I seem to represent normal audience in a lot of these things. I've no idea who Black Adam is. I had no idea who Nick Fury had called at the end of what the fuck was it? Endgame Part 1.
Infinity War.
Infinity War. I'd no idea who that was. I thought it was Wonder Woman. No, hold on a second. That's Wonder Woman. She's DC. I looked at this thing for the spread that Marvel got coming up, and I thought, don't know her. Oh, she was in WandaVision. No, I don't know. I don't know who half these people even are.
Yeah,
Colin, you bring up some great points with that, because, and this is where Marvel, where they were the dominant force of superhero entertainment, and have been.
Yeah.
They, after Endgame, they completely lost their vision of what they were doing, and they forgot that who their audience is. They literally they have no idea who they're making these things for anymore. No one cares about Ms. Marvel. No one cares about Agatha. She-Hulk is going to be a disaster, though.
If we take a straw poll on that, go ahead, PJ. I did want to take a quick straw poll.
Agatha Harkness, another villain. Don't care. It's the same idea. It's why are we getting villains? It was the same as with the new 101 Dalmatians. It was Cruella's story. Don't care. She was the villain for a reason. She didn't need to have a backstory. She was just the villain that they had to defeat in the original 101 Dalmatians. Why are we getting a backstory that suddenly it was the Dalmatians that are the bad ones?
I think this is a generational problem, PJ, because our generation, we didn't need to know everything about a thing. They gave us the story, and we were happy to have the story.
Yeah.
The modern folk, the younger folk, they want to know the why of everything. Well, what are his motivations? You know, what made him like this? I don't care. He's evil. That's all I need.
Exactly.
I want to do the crossover a little bit there, because I do not buy the very early superhero premise that, because he's bad. It's like, I want at least a little bit more rather than someone just being bad. Because someone just being bad, that's the generic bank robbers that Spider-Man takes out when he's cruising home with a pizza too.
The Red Skull, Lex Luthor, these are big iconic villains. And
Kingpin.
You didn't really need their motivations. You just you knew that the Red Skull was evil. You knew that Lex Luthor
was a product of his ideology. Brought up during the Second World War, created by the fascist regime. You knew Lex Luthor. It was all about power. He wanted power. That's all you needed. You didn't need the rest. The Kingpin, he just wanted to build his empire, and he'll do anything to get his empire.
Oh, talking about the Kingpin, I know this will be like a squirrel, but I just saw one of Count Dankula's Mad Lads. And this somehow charismatic, very business-savvy genius literally were trying to become the emperor of planet Earth in real life. And he was well on his way to succeeding, because he started getting meddling with countries and buying into presidential elections and everything. And he had
Didn't you just come back from Taiwan?
No, he was an American. I'm gonna see if I can find the link, because that was actually mesmerizing. A real life human being literally trying to conquer the world.
I can think of 2 or 3 names that would come straight to mind there. Could come straight out of Central Casting's Bond villains.
Yeah, he definitely came across like a Bond villain in that kind of sense. He had jet fighters, attack helicopters, private army, the whole shebang. Wow. You gotta admire the tenacity to try and do something like that.
I mean, I'm kind of half and half with this, because I agree we don't need to know every villain's motivations. But on the other hand, a well-written villain with motivations for what he's doing is a well-written character, but he's still the villain. We don't need to know every villain's backstory.
But you only need a very basic, like for instance, Lex Luthor was just he was on a power grab. You didn't need to know that when he was a kid, his dad always bullied him because he was weak. You didn't need to go down that. All you knew was Lex Luthor wanted power, and he would do anything to get that power. He would step in anybody to get that power. The Kingpin wanted a criminal empire. You didn't care that when he was a kid, his dad got put in jail, and he was just wanting to make sure I didn't care. And that's what I'm saying is, I can understand some things, but going into that depth, like for instance, Cruella. You go back to Cruella, suddenly it's the Dalmatians that are at fault because they killed her mummy. That's what made her. So basically, they take something and then actually go, woo, 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 woo. And it's nuts. And so that's the point of it. Where is it? Well, you've said it, Colin. It's basically the current day villains are classed as the heroes. If you smash up somebody's shop and you pull down a statue of a famous person, you're the hero. Yeah. Whereas if you go,
both sides,
here's a nice wee joke, you're the villain because you'll get arrested. And it's not.
We've seen some crazy stuff like that just this week here in UK. The army veteran that got arrested for just resharing a meme.
And he didn't.
That's nuts. That's
he reshared this meme. He didn't even create it. And see the guy who created the meme.
Yeah. Lawrence Fox filmed it, and he didn't get nicked.
He was the one that created the meme, and he told the cops, he's sharing my meme. Why you not arrested me? It's because he was the one reported. That was it.
Yeah. But yeah,
that's crazy stuff, man.
But the guy's been released, and the police who arrested him.
Doesn't matter. He should never even have been approached to begin with.
I know.
Yeah. Do you know what I would do in that state? Just turn around and say, "You two are causing me anxiety. I wish you to be arrested."
I've said that before.
You because somebody's got anxiety. Well, they're causing me anxiety, so I wish you two to be arrested as well.
I've posted that several times in Discord and streams on Lotus Eaters and the rest of it. Malicious compliance. I am offended by the fact that such and such.
I am offended by the person's being
I'm
offended.
offended. Yeah. So what you can do about it? Who do I complain to because I'm offended about the police arresting people for ideas? I'm offended by the concept of the thought police.
Don't we have like 100,000 reported cases every year here in UK to the police that they have to spend time on?
Yeah.
And the thing is, then non-crime fighting. If it's not a crime, what's that? How's it got to do with the cops?
Roman, do you know how bad it is? See, if my house got burgled, I would phone the police, and if somebody turns up, then it's a slow day at the police station. Otherwise, they would say, "Here's the crime number. Just contact your insurance." That's what they'll do. Yeah,
at least one.
I'm offended by someone, 5 cops will turn up at your door to arrest you.
At least one true. It's a part. I believe it's at least once real incident in the UK. Someone rings up and says, "Someone's breaking into my property." Oh, okay. Well, we might be able to get around to that at some point, sir. We'll give you a crime number. Blah, blah, blah. Rings back 5 minutes later. It's okay. I've shot them. Half the bloody police force were on his front door 5 minutes later. That's how insane our police forces are. God. Could we please make dystopian fiction again?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not digging my Blade Runner future.
I know
it's not what I was hoping for.
Yeah,
no. I just want to know.
No. More me and you, because we'll own nothing and we'll be happy.
We'll be happy.
No,
eat the mud, live in the pod.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to be until the British police force becomes judges instead.
But that's the problem. They never will, because they've not got the brain to actually say, "Why should I arrest somebody for that?" You need to have a strong police force to become judges, because they have to know the law, not just a case of somebody's offended, so I'll just that crime I want to actually enforce, that one I don't. That's why the judges will never happen, because the police don't actually turn around. There ain't no Dirty Harry anymore.
But the important thing to remember is it's not what you do, it's what side you're on, because 2 examples, right? One, I actually made comment on Lotus Eaters. That was somebody. Who is it? There was a comedian who
Frisbee.
I can't remember who it was. I can't remember the exact things, but they came out and they made a joke about R blank PING and then murdering a female TV presenter, and they got away with it. Cole Benjamin makes a joke about not RAPING, a member of parliament, and he gets crucified in the press for it.
Was that not your brand?
I can't remember who it was.
It's the Doyle. Nicky, what was it?
Or was it Frankie Boyle?
Frankie Boyle, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day when he was really offensive, he wasn't like singling out offensive.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just like 10 years ago.
And the other thing is, it's absolutely fine. Nowadays, if a man looks at a woman strange, he gets done. If a woman comes across the ghost of her dead boyfriend, who she's never even kissed, as far as we're aware, but apparently inhabiting another man's body, it's perfectly fine if she kidnaps him and jumps him, as long as her name's Diana Prince.
It was a long-winded reference here, but I got it.
The fact is, the people who are writing this have got zero moral compass. They don't know what is right and wrong, because I would quite happily actually drug that person and sleep with them. So, well, a superhero could do that.
But
Well,
I think that this
go.
is
I'm a
something.
superhero. I'm going to steal that guy's motorbike and I'm going to crush him
Yeah.
because he said a bad word to me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm
Because he
the
told me
hero
to
in this.
smile. Yeah.
I'm
Well,
the
I
hero
think
in
this is written by a generation that never really faced any hardship. They didn't have strict parents that enforced rules. And I'm not talking about smacking your kids around. I'm talking about you misbehave, there are consequences.
Consequences.
Yeah, see
Consequences.
all
They
those
don't
toys
have
behind
those anymore.
you, Ben.
The biggest,
Oh, go ahead.
I say the biggest, most offensive N word to these people is only 2 letters long,
No.
and the second letter is O. Correct.
Yeah.
It's the most
Because-
offensive word to them at all.
It's
See, I actually
crazy,
forgot
and
about
that's what causes that. Sorry,
that
Ron.
terrible Wonder Woman movie. I had blocked it in my head until Colin just brought that up. You want to talk about sabotage? People liked the first Wonder Woman movie. Like I said, I thought it was fine. It didn't do a lot for me, but it was well received. And with Wonder Woman 1984, DC again stepping on their own junk, destroyed their character, because that was a terrible movie. No one liked Wonder Woman 84. That was a just complete disaster, because you had the same director. I think you even had the same writer, and it's just they decided they wanted to really push that the feminist, the strong, and Wonder Woman's already a strong female. You don't need to get
It's
like
Wonder Woman. Of course, she's a strong female that everybody looks up
She's the
to.
original one.
Yep. And 84, I mean, the villain was crap. The storyline for Wonder Woman, it also completely screwed with continuity, which drives me insane.
Yeah.
But it's just like, why did you do you read the script and you knew in the first days of filming this was going to be a shit movie, because there's no way you don't know that when you're making a bad product. You pretty much know you're making a bad
Because
product.
David Zaslav wasn't in charge.
And do you know the worst part of it? All they needed to do is saying, we're making a Wonder Woman movie. Oh, by the way, it's got nothing to do with the current continuity. We just want to make a Wonder Woman movie which is not tied into anything. Then it doesn't matter if they break continuity with other movies, because there is movies out there. It's like reading a comic, and it's a comic, it's just a standalone story, and it's not related to anything else. They just want to put that character in this situation, just as I suppose it's a what if.
What
it's
if?
the character acting like the character, but they're not caring of who's been killed off before or who's what year that person appeared in. They just want to put them in that situation. Well,
you see, I see the what ifs and whatnot, like they're trying to push into the mainstream film releases and everything. I see them just merely as fan fiction. I have no issue with fan fiction and shipping and all what they're calling it, that exists. But it should not be put all the way through into the major pipeline where they're trying to build and develop the universe and the stories that are already there.
But that's what I'm saying. If they just said that was a standalone story, nothing to do with this continuity, people would have went, fine.
I mean, the weird thing is, in fact, thinking about it, I think Wonder Woman 1984 was a perfect example of where they don't know what heroes, what villains are. And then when the time it came out and when it was being talked about, how many people did you see who actually said, actually, you look at it, it's actually Maxwell Lord's the hero of this film. He does the heroic things. He has the arc. He's the one that's done wrong. He has a redemption arc. It's more of his hero film. Wonder Woman is the antagonist in Maxwell Lord's film.
Well, it's the same across the board. It's the Miss Marvel, because the guy says, "All right, doll," she breaks his hand and steals his motorbike. Really? She can fly, but she steals his motorbike. And you're sitting there thinking, this is meant to be a hero who just basically beat someone up who is weaker than her and stole his property, but we're meant to think she's a hero. No, it's basically that's villain 101. I'm more powerful than you, so I'll do what I want, and there's no consequences.
What Wonder Woman is the Wonder Woman took the place of what should have been of what should have been the latest place to locate the Black Widow movie. If they wanted to do, sorry, not Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, they wanted to do Captain Marvel, they should have made that movie 2 or 3 films earlier. So because you've got to, she's gone off there. You've half forgotten about her, and then if you've been following the films,
Who said something nasty? The police are coming to their door.
Yeah,
I don't know what is about my area.
Someone
tonight.
said
There's
something
going
offensive.
on.
I've had 2 lots go past outside. At one point, I had one going out here and someone going on the net. But if you don't ignore the crap that the film was. If you do that film 3 or 4 films earlier, right? So you've got Captain Marvel, you've had her. We know she's there. She's out and about. She's in the background. She's in our memory, and then 2 or 3 films later, shit gets real, and Fury calls for her. Most people are actually more likely to recognise who she is then, and she's not going to have a film that's going to be perceived as being put in between the 2 probably most popular, most guaranteed to make money movies in history.
And that's the only reason that they shoehorned her in there.
Yeah,
that was Marvel losing their way right
Yeah.
there. You can see the moment it happened.
It had to go in because you couldn't have the current established male characters save the day. They needed somebody in there who was more powerful.
And I never liked Carol Danvers anyways.
They needed Wonder Woman. So they did. Oh, and Jim, Carol saying, really love Good Omens, but the fan fiction's getting out of control. And you says, how bad is it getting? Well, accordingly, the Azrael and what's the David Tennant character? I can never remember. 2 of them are having an affair.
Oh, God.
The fan fiction is the angel and the demon are in love with each other and stuff like that. That's how bad it's going down that route. So yeah, fan fiction gets really bad.
Oh dear God! Why the hell would immortal beings which do not reproduce have any sexual attraction at all?
Yes, it's because they've been living on Earth. That's why.
As I understand it, with the Good Omens 2, Neil Gaiman is writing it from notes, his and Terry Pratchett's notes.
No,
so,
I know. See,
so there's as much as you can have. Depends how much what those notes are. There is as much as you can have in there. There's a lot more. I think there's a lot more Pratchett in there than there is Tolkien in you know what. Let's put it that way.
Yes, there is definitely. Oh, and Keely, pineapple on pizza. I saw your comment on Friday night. Pineapple on pizza works.
Pineapple. It's called a Hawaiian.
I saw basically she says it did not work. I saw. Wait a minute. Ho. Pineapple on pizza works.
You know what? This is going to be a weird combo. Pineapple and jalapenos on pizza. It sounds crazy, but it works really well.
I can believe it. Apart from the fact I can't stand
the sweet of the pineapple and the sting of the jalapeno.
I'll see you on that one because I know the recipes and it's really weird because it's common up in Scandinavia, then also in Brazil, and it is bananas on pizza, banana and cinnamon on pizza.
No one on cinnamon on pizza.
The thing is, right? See, with jalapenos. I can't have because see when I eat anything, even a slight spice. When I was younger, it was fine, but see now, I melt and I'm literally meaning water pouring off my head. My wife actually says, "I just made you a butter korma. It's quite mild," and I'm sitting there, buckets of water coming off my head. It's just any spice nowadays.
Oh no!
Can't handle it. The best one I ever thought. Right, see what we used to do. Me and my 2 brother-in-laws and the kids. So we went to see. I think it was a Star Wars movie. Might have been. I can't remember. But my 3 daughters, my brother-in-law's 3 sons, and my 2 brother-in-laws. So the 9 of us went. So one of us bought all the tickets, one bought all the food, one bought all the things. So between the 3 adults, we paid for everything. So the kids had a great time. But we're all sitting there with our stuff. And I get the nachos double cheese because I can't have jalapenos. And my brother-in-law, he's got the cheese and jalapenos. He says, I love them. So he's sitting there, pitch black, and he thinks he picks up a burrito and went, pop. And it was a jalapeno and he nearly choked. And you could hear people going,
I'm like that.
A question here, since we're talking about spices, have any one of you come across on YouTube the First We Feast Hot Ones?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's a very popular YouTube channel. They interview celebrities. So you've had people like Gordon Ramsay. I forgot the last one I saw. They've had Natalie Portman on there. Every big celebrity. They've even had the one of the WWE star, Austin something, and they serve, I think it's 10 or 12 chicken wings, and you start from mild, and mild is basically jalapeno level, and then they go up to Scoville level 2 million at the end, which they call like the insanity dab or something, and they keep interviewing the celebrity as it gets hotter and hotter and hotter.
Yeah.
What was the name of the channel, Jim?
First We Feast Hot Ones. So basically a cooking channel, but the Hot Ones is a sub-series that's been running
More
for
bots.
7 or 8 years.
Oh my God.
There we go again.
Maybe they were interested in the pineapple on the pizza.
I know what you mean, Jim.
Pork person. Correct.
Couple of years ago, I was 3 or 4 years ago. I was at a show. What we tend to do is we have there's one of our ladies who is quite often she'll actually do food. We'll pay a bit of money for. We had and they know I don't like particularly strong food, so there I got that. But she did some very mild, I'm told, chili con carne, I don't like chilies because I don't like hot. Don't like hot spicy. I mean, I thought she had this, and it was I'm told and I believe extremely mild, which is fine. That's not too bad. Yeah, a couple of mouthfuls. At which point I'm then reaching for the milk because it was put but it's coming up, and when it's open, because it's not that what I don't like. I don't like the way it makes my mouth feel. You know.
No, that is where I draw the line between it's getting too hot versus the flavor it delivers. So I do like the milder range of Tabasco because it doesn't just burn your mouth. It actually comes with a flavor. It adds to the dish.
Yeah, it can be too hot. I mean, unless you're doing like a fear factor challenge, there's almost no reason for that. I enjoy spicy food. But the but is at the point where it becomes unbearable to eat, then it's no longer enjoyable. Like I said, unless I'm getting paid to do it as a challenge. But it is what it is.
If our friends across the pond haven't seen it, it's about there was a comedy show years ago called. I think it was called Goodness Gracious Me.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
And there's a sketch. And there's a sketch called Going for an English.
Going for an English.
And I've just one thing I think I've seen of it. And they go to watch something they go along and they just demand the most bland thing they can have. And it's such a superb.
Goodness Gracious Me is absolutely fantastic. One of the best comedies. It's basically they're all Indian. So it's all Indian comedians. And they're all going for an English. So they're saying things like, excuse me, James. So they're saying that what you mean, you would see in a lot of the movies, I mean, people would mispronounce Indian names and stuff like that. So they've nailed it. It's called Going for an English. If you get a chance to watch it, that is perfect. Colin is right. They basically, James, what is your most bland and uninteresting meal? We'll have that. And it's a case of anybody want chips, right? That's chips for everybody and stuff like that. Is the type of thing that people do when they're half cut going for an Indian, but they're going for an English, and it is one of the funniest sketches. Goodness Gracious Me was one of the best comedy shows around. So it was.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one, and it kind of is. It is a little bit of how I felt the very first weekend I was over here to permanently stay in UK. and we went for a Toby's Carvery, which is basically Sunday roast, but it's like a supermarket chain, like McDonald's almost. So cost literally nothing. Well, back in the day, it was like £5.60, so
Yes.
$7, and you get the full Sunday roast meal, including a pint of beer and everything. And then they have the condiments, and I'm used to the Scandinavian sweet mustards, basically like Johnny's level. And I was having pork, and I thought, oh, it's going to be nice having a couple of dollops of mustard, English mustard. It blows your head off.
Oh,
Even a tiny little, like, just you take a toothpick and just dab it on your tongue, and it will blow your head off.
A hot dog with ketchup and English mustard.
Oh, you can take that, but
yes,
the English mustard is 5 times stronger than jalapenos.
oh.
I'm not a great fan of mustard either.
See, when I think English food, I don't think, and this is the American in me. I don't think spicy food really ever.
No.
The brown sauce, the HP brown sauce could be strong. The mint sauce, depending on the concentration, I like the Norfolk one. That one is really strong as well, but it isn't like overpowering, or it's not meant to be like the burning heat, but it brings warmth.
Well, I think a lot of our strong, spicy food is not English. It tends to be, it's British, as in it tends to be something that we've imported from somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Curry being a prime example.
Whereas the Scots can actually take anything and make a meal out of it. Haggis, for instance.
Just as long as you've got a deep fat fryer for it.
Yes. Yeah. Bring out your bread, we'll fry them. Basically, the Scottish one, basically, you look at a haggis, it's basically it's innards and it's sheep's stomach, it's awful, and it's basically
it's not awful. It's a really, really great dish.
This is the English. This is the going for an English. That was going for an Indian. It is definitely one of the fun. Just me are the way they did a lot of the English humour. It's just amazing. It is definitely one of the funniest shows that had been on for a long time. There was another one. Was it keeping up? What was it? Citizen Khan.
Yes,
Citizen Khan.
I never saw that one either. Yeah.
He's a Pakistani Englishman.
And here we go again.
And he basically he's English, and and it's all about how none of this. I'm not a foreigner. I'm English, and he's basically the imam at the mosque is a white guy, ginger hair, and he's you can't be an imam. You're white and stuff like that. It's all English humour, but it's taken from the side of a Pakistani family. And it is absolutely amazing. It's just the way they take the culture and actually just say, well, this is how we see it. And it just makes you realise that things that we would take for normal, that just because we take it for normal, suppose it's like take that one going for an English. The silly things you do in an Indian restaurant, you think you're actually you're doing right. You mispronounce names, you mispronounce the food and stuff like that. We think, we're doing fine. But we're usually half cut.
But we did have quite a long spat. It was the hot thing to do. So here in UK, there were a lot of Indian focused or based groups providing tons of comedy. The one that I haven't heard mentioned yet is Kumar, Keeping Up with the Kumars.
Yes, it's the same lot.
Yeah.
And they were really taking the mickey out of their own Indian culture and everything, but they were just as equally cheeky back to Western culture, specifically UK, because they were based in UK.
But it's basically typical British humour. It's taking the piss out of oneself.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see every so often, I'll get up and mention that on YouTube. You see the number of channels you get where you get. I mean, the ones I watch occasionally are, for example, an American who's moved to the UK. 10 things they different.
Bots? There are already more bots. Oh my God.
Or you, good grief. Or you get 10 things that 10 things that only Brits understand, and this sort of 10 things that only Americans understand. You know, it's really interesting. You know, the sort of thing you do that just highlights the differences in culture, and it doesn't necessarily take the mick out of them. It just says, look, we look at things. You know, people look at things one way, and it's some things that only the English would understand, or only the British would understand, or the Vikings have been sunk. Someone appears to have sunk the Viking.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back.
I agree with what you're saying there, Colin. And I think it is something we've lost, because it used to be a sign. If you can take fun or make fun of yourself,
yeah,
it's a sign that you're safe and secure in who you are, where you're coming from.
Yeah, you're right. That is perspective. I mean, we still have that. When I say we, I mean people like us, but there is so much. And we talk about the military, and the ribbing they used to do in the military to each other that's who we were. And we could poke fun at everybody. And now you can't poke fun at anybody. Yeah. Burrito Italian, and they don't like Mr. And light. Fast.
Light on the sauces, perhaps.
So you get a burrito.
Yeah, like basically, I suppose when you're actually thinking of light, you're basically it's light on, as you said, the spices and the sauces. So if you're wanting it less spicy, so if you're going for a burrito and stuff like that, and it is light,
that's the reverse of heavy on them.
It's still spicy. Yeah, show with laugh tracks most of the time, but that show is of its time. It's was it 2005?
I've no idea.
No, it was back in the early late 90s.
Late 90s. So it was basically of the time, because it was a sketch show, and they had the laugh tracks in it.
That is a lost art, isn't it? The sketch show. They don't really exist anymore. I mean, SNL is still out there. Nobody watches it anymore, but that's a lost art. The variety or the sketch show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alf is a perfect one of there, where they were very heavy on the laugh tracks, but it didn't go too far over the top.
Yeah.
It's an odd thing, and it's something. It's like you sort of see behind the scenes of them holding up, and I'm a son of the audience saying applause. You know.
Yeah.
Which this is something I think that you notice. That I've noticed a little bit here, that people with a lot more knowledge of this than me have pointed out, that you look at a lot of modern comedy, you don't get much laughter.
Oh, yes.
Because laughter is involuntary. You get, cheers and whoops and all the rest of it for your late show hosts and all the rest of it. But you won't get much laughter because laughter is involuntary.
Yeah, and if you're sitting at home watching a late night TV show, it used to be Jay Leno. Now I think the big one is Greg something. If you're sitting and watching at home, you're not laughing, even though the crowd is laughing. But if you're sitting with a group of friends and you're watching something together, or if you go out to a venue,
it's catching. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It's catching as well. But the thing is that if you're laughing at someone, say, "Yeah, right on, yay, how correct of you," yeah, fine. But that's not. Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You're saying I'm part of the group. I agree. Yes, Orange Man bad. Yeah. Crowd goes wild. But what they don't do is laugh because they're not finding it funny. Yeah, exactly. Seals doing a
Train seals.
train seals up because laughter is not something you can is something involuntary. Yeah, you can hear.
Have you seen coupling? I know they did an
Yeah.
American version of coupling. It was called the Giggle Loop. The sketch, the Giggle Loop. It was. Did anybody remember that one?
I'm not familiar with that.
Basically, it was Stephen Moffat's Coupling. Season 1, 2, and 3 were absolutely fantastic. Season 4, when Richard Cole left, went downhill. However, there was one at he was explaining the Giggle Loop. So he takes a pint and he gets the pint and he says, "You have a thought and you think it's funny, but it's inappropriate to laugh, so you stifle it. But because you stifle it, you get another one." So he puts another pint on top of it and he balances it, and he's got ended up with 4 pints. And they're basically saying as soon as you start stifling a laugh, and even though if it's inappropriate, your mind just keeps on trying to laugh again. It just keeps on trying to do it. And it ends up they're at a funeral and they're all sitting there and the Giggle Loop thing cuts in and they're all going, and then one of the girls starts laughing and it sort of breaks it. But it's that type of thing. It's voluntary, but if it's even trying not to laugh at something inappropriate. Scots have got a very gallow humour. So they can make jokes about anything. Even a disaster. Scots, within a couple of hours, there could be jokes going around of the disaster. You remember there was the Herald of Free Enterprise, which was the car ferry that tipped. Within hours, there was a lot of Scots. It was basically they were saying it's what has the Herald of Free Enterprise and a used condom got in common? Both are roll on, roll off, and full of dead semen. And that is one of those jokes you go, not funny, but some people it's a case of they cannot stop themselves.
I mean, it's
funny bone.
It's not just the Scottish. It's black humour. I mean, I can remember one or two that I can't remember the full details of, but I remember laughing at. Even going back one, there was again come out of tragedies. And I think it's the same reason that you sort of see military, particularly emergency services, can have some extremely black humour because it's a relief, and it feeds in, I think, in some ways to why modern comics aren't funny.
Back to comics.
Because most comedy is either at someone's expense or is relief at something that's happened.
Between they say the difference between British comedy and American comedy. British comedy, we laugh at ourselves. American comedy, it's funny if it happens to somebody else.
I don't know. I mean, you think about that.
I think now, because comedy's becoming more global, because there's a lot of American humour over here and there's a lot more British humour going over. But at one point there was a segregation that was basically British stuff going over to America. It was a very niche market, and it was the same idea initially when American stuff came over. It was a novelty. But when you look at the comedies, the Fawlty Towers, it was very self-deprecating humour. It was all about putting we're putting ourselves down. Whereas the American stuff, it was a case of somebody was putting somebody else down. Not necessarily in a nasty way, but it was still funny because it was happening to somebody else. And that was a divide. I think that divide's going because everybody watches the same type of things now. That's
true.
We're all of Europe's now becoming more American.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, I mean, it is. I mean, the whole market is global now.
Yeah. But it does take us back to like the comics and comic books. It's just a case of nowadays the heroic journey is seen differently. If somebody's a hero, then what's in it for them? They must be doing it for selfish reasons. Whereas when we saw Superman, it wasn't a case of we didn't think, oh, he's selfish because he's got powers and he's just shown off. No, he was selfish
that's the problem. And you're 100% right with characters like Ms. Marvel, with Rey from Star Wars, people who didn't actually have to do anything. They just suddenly have the thing. So they didn't have to train or fight or scrape their way. And even Superman, who just did have his powers, he had to grow up. And that's where he got his life lessons.
Yeah. So and that's another thing that really pissed me off. Superman, truth, justice, and the American way. They're taking that away.
They have.
Anyway,
he's basically the American. He's the Boy Scout.
I just want to go back to comedy for a minute. Roman, you never heard of the comedians Howe and Pace, have you?
No, I've not.
I have to introduce you to them because they are controversial comedy.
We are the management.
Oh, yes. The management are absolutely amazing.
We know a song about that, children, don't we?
Yes, Billy and Johnny.
And Rodney and was it Jimbo and Rod? What was the two characters? They had
Billy and Johnny.
Billy and Johnny. That's what it was. And where is it? I need to actually dig it out. So Hale and Pace.
Hale and Pace clip.
Hale and Pace. No, it's not. 2 seconds.
Okay. Well, no, it's not just about you got different types of British humour comedy, right? And when I watched Hale and Pace for the first time, it was what you don't expect. Especially on their first episode when they're going to say they're going to microwave a cat on live. Well, we won't microwave a cat live on television, and then they open the microwave and go, "Here's one we done earlier."
Yeah,
that is the type of comedy that pushed the boundaries over here, and people found it absolutely funny.
That's Hale and Pace. They do the management.
Yeah.
The management is the two Rons. They said when they first did it, they thought people wouldn't see the funny side, so they used to do it without trousers. Then they realised that they didn't need to do that. So, for instance, they would come on and say, they would talk to each other, "You're right, Ron." "Yes, Ron." "All right, Ron." And say, "Right, without further ado, Ron." And they go, "I do, Ron." He says, "Yes, I do, Ron. Ron. I do, Ron." And they basically just introducing a sketch. They do the "I do, Ron," and it is just hilarious stuff.
Especially when he comes out with I don't like clapping, and he goes, "I don't like Brighton." So you won't get that.
Yes, that's a very British joke. That is a very, very British joke.
What is it? I mean,
clapping as in Clapping Junction in
London.
Is an area. So when you don't like clapping, it's very British humour.
You've got a lot to learn, Roman, about British humour.
Well,
I've retained Marmite. I'm still happy I learned that. I still got that.
Yeah.
Well, and there's another thing. I think an aspect also of humour is something which is a very, 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 very bad phrase these days is subverting an expectation, and you do it.
Yeah.
But that comedy, some comedy can do that. Like, for example, the microwaving the cat thing.
Yeah.
There you go. This is this is classed as the best.
And this is also one that does the subverting expectations.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but I said sure. They went off and shot it in the direction. It came back. It was absolutely brilliant.
I think this is actually being it's actually being commented on.
They did it a couple of different takes.
Right. Yeah.
So basically, that was classed as the best sketch on Nottingham O'Clock News, and look how simple that is. Somebody sees a camera and just giving it there, and just walks into a pole, and yeah, I mean that's how I keep freezing. I think it's to do with my internet connection. I am aware of that.
I'm going to bring up one clip, not in the 9 o'clock news. It's a
If
song.
anybody's got the Turons, the management.
Any of their songs.
Oh, I'm going to bring this one up in a minute if it's the right one.
Check it before we put it on. We've had
fine.
we've had enough of the part. But see where we're at it. See, like Hale and Pace, right? They did a sketch. They're in the same category as Benny Hill.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I do know who Benny Hill is.
Also, the Goodies.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Basically, those type one. They're British comedians, right? Benny Hill obviously made it quite big over in the States. Hale and Pace and the Goodies probably not. But the Goodies was a TV show and it was funny as hell. Right.
Okay.
They're coming for you. They're coming for you already.
Right. Listen to this carefully, Roman. Just listen to it carefully because this joke here is the space shuttle. Here we go.
You can hardly hear it.
It's an engine starting up in the car.
It's basically an old car engine. So when it starts off, it's the as if it's.
I'm not. It's one of those tricky thingy. Everybody remembers the Nokia ringtone that they had. They used to actually run it as adverts.
Oh, that's great.
They're singing the song. I like trucking. I like trucking. I like trucking, and I like to truck.
Please try on the road. Chuck it off.
Knocking down a biker is swinging up a roundabout and picking up
You can't do that anymore.
Then pop the crucial question. All right for a ride.
You do kind of need to understand English slang for that as well.
Yeah.
Waving off the car behind, giving him a smile with glasses and with gratitude. He reads his little loan and meets another
Yeah, you can hardly hear it. It's quite quiet. I must admit. Unfortunately, what you need to do, Rowan, is actually check some of them out because the unfortunate thing for you, the unfortunate thing is the humour. A lot of it is British humour.
You might say that humour kind of lingers.
Yeah.
Yes, not the 9 o'clock news. There is a couple of songs. One of the songs was it was a last minute for their final episode, and it was kind of lingers.
Yes.
And you need to hear that one.
Yes.
So not the 9 o'clock news, and we can't actually go too much detail, but
Got it.
Okay.
It's well worth a watch.
PJ, I've got the 2 ronds for you.
the two Rons is superb. Right, here's the two Rons. I need to actually.
I like the not the fun.
Sorry, the one I uploaded there was the Indian restaurant again. So you're steering it that way, right? Okay.
I like the not the 9 o'clock news album take as well.
Okay, here we go.
This is the two Rons.
Good evening. As you may or may not know, we are
the management.
we manage things. And tonight, we're managing a brand new show for two very funny geezers by the names of
Hale and Hale.
Hale and Pace.
Well, it's only one funny geezer then, isn't it? You show me yours first.
When we first thought of the idea for this show, we came to LWT.
Limp Wrist Television.
And we went straight to the top man. Because we don't bother with no underlings.
I do. I'll wear boxer shorts.
So we went to the top man and we told him we want a very large budget.
Yeah, call Joey with blue feathers. With a bell at the top one goes ding-a-ling-a-ling.
They gave us a show. As long as we promised not to go over the top. As long as we promised not to spend too much money. So we promised, didn't we, Ron?
Yeah, we promised. But we lied.
Yeah, that's what you get.
That's the two runs, but they did one with the Without Further Ado was the better.
Right.
It's more clever. It's a bit more clever. There's also the Rowan Atkinson. Hold on, I'll do the Rowan Atkinson one first.
Okay.
And of course, you have to be British to understand that they're actually paying homage to the two Ronnies.
Yeah.
Right, this is the Rowan Atkinson Indian.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. No, that's no problem. Come in, please. Although perhaps if we could just keep that delightful singing down a little bit. Oh, dear. Obviously, plenty of refreshment at the football game. No, come in, do. No, that table is reserved. It is also a table for two people. Perhaps this table might be more suitable for 9. If you'd like to step this way, oh dear, here, let me help you up, sir. No, it is a tricky bit of floor that deceptively flat. And you'd like to take a seat? Yes, or perhaps on the chair. There we are. Right. Now, what would anybody... Quiet, gentlemen, please, quiet. What would anybody like to drink? 9 pints of lager. 18 pints of lager. 18 pints. Take it out. Now, if you'd just like to take a menu, now just pass those round there and one for you, sir. Oh, dear. There we go. Straight onto the floor. Here, let me pick it up for you. And I guess, I tell you what, try and grip it, sir. Between the thumb and the 4 fingers. If you grip, it won't always fall on the floor. I tell you what, why don't we just put it on the table? Here, let me rest it against your friend's head. There, fine. Right, now what would anybody like to eat? It is a lamb dish, sir. Yes, a marinated lamb in coconut with a cream sauce. Very nice. No, not hot. It is a medium spiced dish. Yes. Oh, well, in that case, you want the Bombay duck. No, duck. Oh, it was your little joke. Very funny. Well done, everybody on that one. No, it is the sheikh kebab. That is like 2 little turds. It's sort of a mince and onion ristle. A bit like cow dung, sir, yes, but in smaller portions. Hardly, thank you, if you'd like to put the drinks down. Well, can we move your friend here? Well, perhaps if we just roll him That's a good idea. But we'll roll him out of his cutlery and into the mango chutney. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Thank you, Reggie. Now, would anybody like any writer? That's a kind of a yogurt dip, sort of onion, cucumber. Yes, look, I think we'd better wake up your friend here. Well, no, he's not just having a little nap. He's having a little nap face down in a pitcher of beer. He is going to drown. Well, but, oh, dear. No, don't worry, sir. Much better out than in. Just leaves all the more room for your chicken curry. Thank you very much. Do you know what your friend here might like to eat? Hello? What would you like to eat? A hot dog. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. So let me just go back on this, please. We want a cucumber writer, an onion writer, a paperback writer. But I'm presuming that's a joke. 4 meat curry, 1 Bombay duck, 4 rice, 4 sharmi kebab, and a hot dog. And anything else for starters? Just some poppadoms and salad and yogurt and shit. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Although I'm not sure you'll be needing that last item. You don't seem quite full enough of shit already.
Don Atkins in that is best. And as Carol says, young people would think he's making fun of Indians. He's not. He's making fun of drunk people getting in and absolutely taking over a restaurant.
Speaking about drunk people, this next one is going to make you laugh. You've heard of the game darts, right?
Basically, there was a game. You know darts, as in double top, bullseye.
The sketch that killed the sport.
Yeah.
You know how darts
like darts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Darts.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
The class of sketch is the sketch that killed the sport.
Darts for people who can't use a bow. Oh.
Okay, here we go.
You join us during the final stages of this truly titanic struggle between Die Fat Belly Gut Bucket and the English champion Tommy Even Fatter Belly Belcher. And it's all down now to this last leg, and it's Fat Belly on the hockey.
Game on.
So it's Fat Belly to go first. And it's a good start. Double vodka. Single pint. Another double vodka. That's
100 milligrams.
100 milligrams. That's a good start for Fat Belly. 2 doubles and a pint, and that makes him fairly merry. Now, what can even Fatter Belly do in reply to that? Look at the concentration on his face. It's a double brandy. And another double brandy. Can he make it 3 doubles on the very first go? He's done it. That's
140 milligrams.
140 milligrams. I reckon that makes him, yes, he's inebriated. So it's Fat Belly to go again, and he's not the type to let this early setback upset him.
Fat Belly, you require 3 triple Bacardis.
So 3 triples. There's a triple Bacardi. He's fighting back when a finalist is turning out the be. Another triple Bacardi. Can he make it 3 triple Bacardis and go into the lead with a score of absolutely crossing? He did it in the semi-finals. Can he do it again? And he's missed the table altogether. He's missed the table. 110 milligrams. That's just 110. What an unfortunate miss. Still 2 triple Bacardis makes him. Now, let's see. Not bad. Very pissed. Still a reasonable position at this stage of the game. Now, what can even Fatterberry do about this? Still a deconcentration. He knows he's in with a good chance after that mistake by Fatterberry. Oh, that's a bad one. A single pint at this stage doesn't help him. He really needs a triple gin with ice and lemon. He's gonna get. Oh no, he's got a bruneo. His game is absolutely gone to pieces. He's got all the stops now if he wants to win this title. He's going for a triple Scotch. That'll help. That'll keep him in the game. And or would you believe it? It went in, but it's come out again.
And that's what you get.
But if you found that funny, Roman, I would recommend you Google this yourself because you're not going to believe it. But these days, the audience at these dart tournament championships, they are dressed up like it's a Comic-Con.
Oh wow!
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see if did I actually? I need to check to see if I put the sound on. I just realised that I might not have hit the sound.
But the thing is about that sketch, they were playing darts in the background.
Right.
You could see them throwing the darts, but they were taking a blind bit of notice.
Yeah. This is the the management again, but this is the Royal Variety Show.
Good evening. As you may or may not know, we are
The management.
we manage things. We think management is a two-way thing. For instance, you manage to pay us the money, we might manage to leave you alone. But you don't manage to pay us the money, you might not be able to manage to
walk.
Oh dear, Ron, they're laughing.
Oh no, Ron.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't laugh at Ron. Laughing at Ron is bad.
Bad Ron.
So don't laugh no more.
Moron.
To the business of why we're all here tonight. I can describe for you why we're here tonight with one single little word. And that word is
murder.
Charity.
Oh yeah, charity.
Everybody's got their own contraception of what charity's about. But me and Ron believe that those in need should be given.
And those who don't give should be need.
I don't like clapping.
Like Brighton.
Charity. So what are me and Ron gonna do for charity, I hear you ask?
I didn't hear nothing.
I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. In aid of this worthy cause, me and Ron are gonna do a sponsored threat. Shut up. The threat comes in 3 easy to listen to packages. The £5 skinflint threat.
Cough up the money or you'll be coughing up blood.
The £20 household economy threat.
If you're naughty, I'm going to suck your eye out of your socket, swallow it, so that you can see my point of view.
And for any rich people in the audience,
like you,
the special 150 quid Super Deluxe limited edition threat.
If you don't come across with the Spondulix, I'm going to have to remove the soles of your feet with a bacon slicer.
Very big with the Sainsbury's family, that one. Listen, give generously.
Or else.
And remember, you have my personal assurance. Every single penny you spend down here tonight will go straight to charity. Enough said.
there is a lot more of the Helen Pace, so there is. So
there's a few sketches we've got to show you after the show, Roman, because I don't think
well,
we'll be able
that was the one that we were talking about. I don't like clapping. I don't
Yeah.
like writing either. Areas and yes, it's very English humour, but that we could go on and on and on with certain things.
I know.
It's the same as like Billy Connolly, very Scottish humour. His early Billy Connolly stuff is absolutely hilarious. Danny Boy's
like him a
early
lot.
stuff. Danny Boy's early stuff is good.
Especially the one he done the crucifixion.
Yes. They were going to actually do that in they were going to do it in Gallagate instead of Galilee, but they couldn't find 3 virgins.
But I'm not sure how it was for people growing up outside of Europe, but for me, I was exposed straight away to Monty Python, early days of Rowan Atkinson's coming into stardom with Mr. Bean. One of the first British one that I remember is called The Plank.
Oh, I've got that.
Oh, yeah.
I've got that one. It's actually a full set. It's a full set.
It is. It is
Eric
absolutely
Sykes.
glorious.
Eric Sykes is a legend when it came to that type of comedy.
It's basically, there's not a single word spoken.
It's not basically. It's got a lot of the old British comedians. It's got Tommy Cooper. It's got one of the who was it? Harry Seacombe. It's got a load. Even Peter Sellers pops.
Oh, I love Peter Sellers.
But the Peter Sellers popped up in Sykes' TV show. It was Sykes and Matty Jake, and Peter Sellers pops up in one because they were friends. So even after he'd made it big, he actually starred in one of their episodes of their comedy show. Eric Sykes does The Plank is hilarious. There's also one called Rhubarb. The only words they say to each other is rhubarb, so they have full sentences. Rhubarb, 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 stuff like that. And basically, it's all the situation, but anytime they need to speak, they don't speak. They just say rhubarb, and you just have to try and follow what they're saying.
It's like I am.
One other sketch that I was well into my late 30s until I realized that it wasn't British. It was actually shot and produced in East Germany, and it's called Dinner for One.
Oh, that.
That's one of the longest running Christmas shows because every Christmas it was always shown in Germany, and it was something like 35 years or something every Christmas.
Yeah, it was made in the 60s, 63, I think it was, or something like that.
And
it's kind of like Die Hard here.
It's like every Christmas it is
Die Hard
on the TV, and everybody knows the sketch. It's just basically the wee old woman and her butler, but the wee old woman's got dementia and thinks there's people there. So the butler has to drink all their drinks, shall we say.
And it gets funnier and funnier, and again, subverting expectation with that freaking tiger head rug.
Yeah, but and the thing is, it's as you said, it's one of those things. It's a mainstay in Germany, but there's very little said in it, and the one or two bits that are said in it are in English. So,
well, I think one of Rowan Atkinson's early roles, go back a little bit, was actually in James Bond. He was in Never Say Never Again.
Was he? Who was he in
Yep.
that? Or was he like a walk
Yeah,
on?
I think it was a Small Force. It was the character, but I vaguely remember him. I'd an odd experience, unless my memory's playing up with Never Say Never Again. Is we saw Never Say Never Again at the cinema. I came home, and Thunderball was on the TV.
Same movie.
So I think
basically
I've just seen this, but you guys can probably manage to work out which Rowan Atkinson series is my favourite of his series, his roles. You could probably sing the theme tune as well. How did you guess?
Johnny English.
Blackadder is better.
Oh, it's Blackadder from that one.
Yeah, Blackadder. The all 4 seasons were superb by Blackadder. The first one is the worst season
Yeah.
out of the 4, but it was still good. Stephen Fry, Hugh Laurie, Tony Robinson,
Unblessed!
Brian
Baldrick.
Blessed. Yes,
That went
Brian
right
Blessed
through my
played
ear,
the king in the
Kelvin.
first season. But you also had
Weirdly,
Blackadder
Blackadder.
goes forth, where you had Captain Darling.
Yeah.
Uh,
Blackadder, the first series, is not actually shown up on his IMDb. Unless it's something, unless it's not showing up as his acting credits. It might be in the writing credits. But
Might be that you need to do show more or something like that because they
No,
truncate it when you have been part of something for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, because it starts off with a Secret Policeman's Ball, which I've got 2 or 3 of the records for.
Yeah.
2 or 3 little things up there. Then not the 9 o'clock news. Then Dead on Time, Never Say Never Again. It goes straight into Blackadder 2 for some strange reason.
Maybe they're trying to bury Blackadder because out of the 4 seasons, Blackadder 1 was the worst because Edmund Blackadder was the wee Weedly one, whereas they decided to, and Baldrick was the one with the brains, whereas they decided to make it Baldrick as the dumb manservant and Edmund Blackadder is the one with brains, and it worked a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, Blackadder's the only one that's in the Middle Ages. But yes, exactly. Yeah, they changed it. I think did Ben Elton came on to start writing the second series. Oh,
Ben Elton.
You've got it.
I know.
Well, I tell you, I've got. I don't know if I put it on. What I should do. I think there are for me 2. In the entire history of TV, there were 2 scenes which, for me, tie for me for equal for the best ever final scenes. One of them is Blake 7, and one of them is Blackadder Goes Forth.
The Blackadder Goes Forth scene where they're actually charging is, I think, because they didn't know how to finish it.
Yeah.
And the way they finished it was just so iconic. Basically, they did a 30-second rush out with explosions, and that's how they were going to finish it. It just looked clumsy, even though they slowed it down. It looked clumsy, and then what it did is it faded out to a field of poppies, and it is absolutely iconically, and it's so well done. Considering it was done at the last minute, the final scenes of that was just beautiful. So it was. Have you seen Blackadder? Oh, you need to see Blackadder.
I got nothing here. I bring nothing to the table.
Blackadder is Rowan Atkinson. Probably one of his best. Blackadder, you had Blackadder, the first one. It's set, as Colin says, Middle Ages. It's all about the English. Is it? They're fighting the French.
It's set in. I'm trying to think. It's kind of set in a little bit of history that doesn't actually exist. It's set in a little gap in the towards the, if I remember right, towards the end, because I think it's Edward IV and then into Richard, I think. I'm trying to remember which one it is.
Let's put it to this level for Roman. Have you seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and go on? Where they literally...
And I don't even like to admit that, but yes, I have.
Well, they literally plop into the battlefield of Waterloo, literally stumble upon Napoleon. They just grab him into the phone booth. It's that kind of humor, and it's that kind of setting. It never happened. Okay. It wasn't really that accurate, but it is that kind of humor.
Yeah, but so basically Edmund is trying to...
No, I haven't got it.
Become king. And his brother, the older brother, is the one who is next in line. And he's trying to, throughout the whole season, he's trying to actually win over his father's approval. And his father, Brian Blessed, thinks he doesn't like him. And it's just basically, it's a comedy of errors, and it's really well done. But Edmund in the first one is the wheedly thin, and his manservant is the one with brains. Tony Robinson, Baldrick, the one, the Time Team. You've never seen Time Team?
Nope.
So, but anyway, I know you need to educate, but Blackadder the second is set during Prince.
No,
Blackadder second is Elizabethan.
It's
Blackadder
Elizabethan,
third
yeah.
is the Regency. Blackadder fourth is World War One.
First World War. But so the second one is basically it's about Queen Elizabeth, and Stephen Fry is the royal, the minister, in charge, and he's basically a wheedly one, and the Queen is very spoiled, and Nanny is fucking nuts.
Ah, yeah.
Nanny is crazy. She thinks she thinks she's a cow, and she gets on, and it's just weird stuff that happens in it. But Rowan Atkinson's in it as well as Lord Flashheart.
No, that's Rick Mail.
Did I say Rowan Atkinson? Sorry, I meant Rick Mail. Sorry.
Yeah.
Rick Mail is Lord Flashheart, but he also appears in the second one as Lord Flashheart, and the third one is Lord Flashheart. He seems to reappear all the time, funnily enough. But it is so well done. They take the absolute mickey out of each of the genres. Blackadder is superb.
But it is superb because it's all supported by such a great cast.
I mean, the through line, if you like, is basically each character is another character in the same bloodline, and certain events happen each series. Good grief, Wendy. I hope you're okay if you've just woken up. But then, of course, Wendy, Blackadder 2 has Tom Baker in it, so
oh yeah,
I'm not going to.
Yes, Tom Baker plays the old ship captain.
Yes,
with no legs.
You have a woman's beard.
You have a woman's body. Tom Baker actually plays the old captain with no legs.
He threw himself into that part.
He did.
He
really loves it.
Especially with that parrot.
But no, Rowan, you definitely need to check out Blackadder.
And there are 4 seasons?
4 seasons, yes. There is also.
But you've already seen samples of Rowan Atkinson's kind of humor with the walking into a post or not, or the
I'm
one
not
man.
super familiar with Rowan Atkinson. I mean, I know the name and I know the face, but as far as material goes, I don't have that in my noggin.
Well,
Blackadder is definitely one.
There's 2 other Blackadder things. One was a comic relief one, and there was one that actually set during modern times, shall we say, and it was all about him going back in time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they weren't very good. But the 4th season is the one you need to stick with.
Okay. Well, cool. You
They
know,
also did a Christmas special where he basically he meets the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. So Dickens.
Oh yes, and that's for the ghost of Christmas. Yes, well,
cool. That sounds great.
Yeah, Tom Baker, Captain Rum. But it is superb. It's one of those good old fashioned British comedies that is beyond reproach. Even nowadays, you can watch it and it is just as
Holds
funny
up.
as the first broadcast. It holds up very well,
You know,
especially Second World War One.
That's always nice because it's funny. Like in your head, and this happens occasional. You have a movie you saw when you were younger, which for all is quite a bit, and then you're like, oh yeah, that was a great movie. And then you watch it now, and you're like, what? In what way did I find that movie appealing? For me, that movie, and this this is going to be an unpopular opinion, is Caddyshack. I remember loving Caddyshack, and then my wife and I tried to watch it last year because we just had nothing to do. And it's Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield, Bill Murray.
It's weird. It's weird that the best. I
just hated it.
Yeah, I still liked it, but I thought, my God, you have to be on drugs to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's just it didn't hold up. The comedy just did not stand up for me. It's just like, oh man, that did not make it. Would be on a personal list. Really, okay, got it.
Yeah.
You know what I did watch? I'm gonna shift just slightly the gears of war here. I watched the first two, well, actually now the first 3 episodes of the $6 Million Man. Wow. Now it's interesting because I've been reading the book, which I've been reading very slowly because my brain doesn't work that way anymore. But the show is just so different than I remembered it. And the first 2 episodes are way different than just the rest of the show in general.
I think the
Oscar
first
Goldman isn't in it. It's Darren McGavin, from the Night Stalker, plays a similar but not same role. They get rid of Rudy Wells, or they cast a different Rudy Wells in episode 3, the doctor who puts him back together, and it's funny the way it's shot. They just keep reusing a lot of the same footage from the same.
He's always
episode.
running across the field.
And he's always got the tube in his nose when he's on the bed. They just go back, and Rudy Wells is just standing there like this.
Is that the one they cut? They either cut into or cut down from a TV movie with Barbara Anderson as a nurse, whose character never appears in it again.
I don't remember who played the nurse because they did use Ms. Manners from the novel, but it was interesting, is what I will say. I'm not going to say it was great. It was interesting, because I have such fond memories of the show, but a lot of it doesn't move forward particularly well. They didn't have the sound effect in the first 2 episodes. It was just straight up doing the thing. And I wish they had kept Darren McGavin on the show. Honestly, he wasn't a particularly likable character. He was definitely a shady guy who was doing shady stuff behind the scenes, whereas Oscar Goldman is much more the management, so to speak, and that's the way he comes across. But I mean, maybe he didn't fare well with the test audience or something, and that's why they decided to bring in the Oscar Goldman character, who was in the book, and the character that Darren McGavin played wasn't in the book. So I thought that's interesting, and I also thought the swapping out of Rudy Wells was kind of weird. But
I think they changed actors later on as well for Rudy Wells.
No, third episode. Yeah, totally different dude.
Yeah, I think they might have made it as a premiere first of all, possibly.
Yeah, and that's something you don't see a whole lot of anymore, where the pilot episode is so radically different from the rest of the series. And you get, and I get it. The pilot episodes are the pilot episodes, but generally I think they plan on a series going forward, and not just making that pilot and throwing it out there and seeing what's going to stick.
Yeah.
Babylon 5.
Yeah, Babylon 5's. They're talking about remake.
Pilot was quite different.
Yes. The very first episode of Babylon 5 with Delenn with her chin, because they wanted to make the Minbari so you didn't know if it was male or female. That's why she's got the chin, and then they decided against that. Right, this is Rowan Atkinson. This is Blackadder Goes Forth. This is the final scene from the World War I season 4.
Hanky's ready, people.
Yes.
How are you feeling, darling?
Just so you know, that's Captain Darling. So, right. So the joke sort of falls flat in your face if you don't know why he's calling him Darling.
How are you feeling, darling?
Not all that good, Blackadder. Rather hoped I'd get through the whole show. Go back to work at Pratt & Sons. Keep wicket for the Croydon gentleman. Marry Doris. Made a note in my diary on the way here. Simply says, bugger.
Let's move.
That's Tony Robinson with a B in it. That's Baldrick.
Don't forget your stick, Lieutenant.
Rather, sir. Wouldn't want to face a machine gun without this.
That's Tony Robinson there, bald dude with glasses.
Listen, our guns have stopped. You don't think...
Maybe the war's over. Maybe it's peace.
Oh, hurrah! The big knobs have got round the table and yanked the iron out of the fire. Thank God. We lived through it. The Great War, 1914 to 1970. Hip, hip! Hooray!
I'm afraid not. The guns have stopped because we're about to attack. Not even our generals are mad enough to shell their own men. They think it's far more sporting to let the Germans do it.
So we are, in fact, going over. This is, as they say, it.
I'm afraid so. Unless I can think of something very quickly.
Company, one, pace, forward.
Oh, there's a nasty splinter on that ladder, sir. A bloke could hurt himself on that.
Stand ready.
I have a plan, sir.
Ready, Boric? A cunning and subtle one?
Yes, sir.
As cunning as a fox who's just been appointed Professor of Cunning at Oxford University.
Yes, sir.
On the signal, company will advance.
And I'm afraid it'll have to wait. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was better than my plan to get out of this by pretending to be mad. I mean, who would have noticed another madman around here? Good luck, everyone.
That's their whole set. Just so you're aware, that's the whole set.
And the way it changes.
That's kind of heavy.
Considering it's a comedy all the way through, right until the end, and in effect, a case of no matter how funny it is, what is hell? And that's how they finished it. It's very well done. It's considering how could you finish something about the First World War, which obviously was crazy. And they actually did it very well. That last wee bit, that what you saw on the screen, that was the only part of the trench part they had. So there was only enough for like 6 people to come over the top. But they did it in such a way that it only took them something like 30 seconds. Then they slowed it down, and the bombs going off and stuff like that, and then it just faded out. It's very well done, considering that it was a comedy.
Right. That's like when I don't know if you remember the series MASH.
Yes.
Remember that final episode? That final episode was heavy as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, basically, the pig kept screaming. The pig kept screaming. I told her just to make it quiet. It wasn't a pig. It wasn't a chicken. It wasn't a chicken. It was a baby.
Yeah, it wasn't a chicken. Yeah, man. Terrible.
And then basically, even the fact he didn't want to say cheerio, basically farewell at the start. That was the most viewed episode.
Oh, at the time, yeah.
Up until quite recently, it was actually only in the last 5-10 years. It basically got beaten for the I think it was something like 27 million people viewed it. You know what I mean?
So when brought up the X-Files, which I personally loved, for a number of seasons, and then David Duchovny left, and then Gillian Anderson left, and then you end up having the kind of this weird rando cast for a while.
Yes,
and I think we talked about they had that last season, season 10, which I had, which one of the ones that I actually do own, and that was it's been pretty prophetic about the times we currently live in, which I thought was really interesting. It didn't end particularly well, I thought, and I don't know if they ever plan on doing anything else with it again. But that one just kind of fizzled out. That the last season, it didn't have a nice solid ending to it.
Yeah,
I've just finished rewatching The West Wing, and I really fucking wish the current day would stop copying what was supposed to be fiction. Honestly, there's so much. I'm going, my God, how did they know?
Yeah, and it is funny when you look back and the crazy stuff that we're going through now as was pretend back then. Oh, that'll never happen, and here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I've got all 9 seasons of the X-Files. I saw parts of the 10th season and I refused to buy it.
I don't blame you. There is one episode that is worth it. One episode, that's the one with the lizard man who dresses like Kolchak the Night Stalker.
I watched, I think, the first 5 seasons of the X-Files, but I didn't see the movie, so I didn't catch up on it. I still think the best season of the best episode of the X-Files was the one in Crusade, the Babylon 5 spin-off.
Which one was it, Colin?
Visiting down the street.
Did you see Crusade, the Babylon 5 spin-off?
Oh, I never watched the spin-off. I watched Babylon 5, but I never watched the spin-off.
Spin-off Crusade. It was one season.
Yeah.
And that's what he's talking about, the X-Files.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be down to the planet, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
They go down to the planet to find a lost civilization that isn't quite dead.
Well, no, the thing is that they've got. I won't spoil it, but basically, they come across this alien species, and they're slightly squiddy heads, etc. And and they actually dress in suits. They look like Men in Black. And that one. Yes, the two antagonists. One of them is male, and one is female. The female has a red tinge to her tendrils. And they're investigating aliens, and there's a guy stopping them who smokes a cigarette.
That smoke man, And basically they keep on saying we sent out were probes, and this came back and it was a picture of the moon, the face on the moon. It says then when we refilmed it, it's gone. We think the government, and it's basically the government are using aliens as a way to control the populace, because it's not the government doing it, it's the aliens making the government do it. So it's the aliens you blame, not the government. So that was a very good episode. You're right there, Colin. I forgot about that one. I thought it was the one when they went down and there was the race that had disappeared, but there was ghosts in the shell type thing.
Yeah.
No, but that one was really good. That was a very good X-Files one. Yes. If you get a chance to see Crusade just for that one episode, it is very interesting for that, because they're the Mulder and Scully of the alien planet. Try to find the truth.
The problem with Crusade is, if you want to see if you can find a list that tells you the right order, because the network buggered up the order it was in.
Oh, yes. Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, actually, I would recommend you watch the fuck, my brain switched off. The TV movie Call to Arms, because that is literally the setup episode for Crusade. Although Crusade does a bit of a setup, and unfortunately, this one was cut off about. I don't think it got as far finished season 1. It's about 13 episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you want to go back to Rowan Atkinson, I won't post it. It's 5 minutes long, this sketch. But if you catch a chance to watch his sketch, The Schoolmaster, that is
Serenity. Put them out.
Yeah, they did.
Reason. But Mulder and Scully, basically, I was looking at anthologies. Scully and Mulder with Skinner and the Smoking Man were the heart of the show. Also, the Lone Gunman. Did anybody see the spin-off, The Lone Gunman? That didn't last for too long.
I don't even remember that.
Oh, the Lone Gunman was a TV
I mean, I remember
show.
the Lone Gunman, but I don't remember they had their own thing for a while.
It didn't last very long. It just they couldn't. It's not something they could carry because they were the conspiracy theorists, and it just didn't really go anywhere because it's not as if they were like detectives and they were. It's just,
no, they're good as a plot device, but no,
Yes.
I don't see them having their own thing and making it work. And it was so weird when they had the many character swaps when Duchovny left, when Gillian Anderson left, and then you had what's his name, Robert Patrick from the Terminator on there.
Yeah,
and I forget who played the actress who played the female lead when Scully left. It was, and then everybody came back, and it was a lot of. It kind of lost its legs. I was surprised it actually lasted as long as it did because of that stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll say I think the X-Files is another one of those shows. I actually said, okay, that's a good point about 9/11. Actually, I hadn't thought about that one. Yeah.
Oh,
that's right. Basically, the report was actually filmed about a year earlier, and it was about planes getting flown into the Twin Towers, but at the last minute they veered off, and
Holy
that's why
crap.
they hit it. And that was a full year before that happened.
Do you remember the show Fringe?
Yes,
vaguely. Yeah,
I watched the
Fringe.
beginning. The final 8 seasons I didn't like. I thought the final season just sort of.
Oh, I liked that. I liked that they were different each season. Although you kept a tendril of a storyline, but the alternate universe stuff, I really enjoyed. I
liked the early ones on it, but the final one I
ending.
thought it was just when they actually started bringing it all together, and it just became too world ending again. It wasn't just the bits and pieces. It was the same as remember Primeval.
Yeah, I don't remember Primeval. I don't
Primeval.
think
They did it over in the UK, but it actually also got a remake. Not a remake. I got an extension in Canada.
Which one was that? Because one of them had absolutely horrible graphics.
It had Ben Miller in it about the dinosaurs and stuff like that. Basically, there was portals opening to the past, and things would come through, and they're hunting to try and maintain them. So you would have giant bugs, you would have dinosaurs, you would have sharks. You would basically things happened that came through, and they were trying to actually close the portals before anybody gets hurt. Obviously, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes the portals open to the future and stuff like that.
There's some backstory about the missing wife as well, wasn't there?
Yes, yes, and she was the. I mean, you could tell she was the tough one because she kept peeling an apple with a knife and eating it off the knife. That very tropish of "Hi, I'm tough," peeling an apple. And
that's never how I interpret it, but I might come from a different background. Basically, because the history of sticking mini grenades into apples. That's why we used to take the, shall we say, the Bushman style. You cut an apple up with a knife before you actually take the piece.
I didn't know. She's not cutting it up. She's just peeling it and taking it straight from the knife. Now you see the hard man doing it on the Tropies TV where they get a knife, they peel a bit of the apple and then just take it straight on from the knife into their mouth. As in, I'm a hard man, look at me. That's what the woman kept doing. And it was just so, she's just trying to look hard and nonchalant with all these things and the dinosaurs running around. But it was actually a good show. Ben Miller was great. So he was.
I've been watching another Ben Miller series. I've just picked up one. I was watching Monk. I'm still watching Monk.
I
need to start that. I've heard so much good things about it.
But
I've never seen it myself.
A couple of weird links. I mean, there's an episode I watched. The last episode I watched, I'm not sure what it is, actually guest starred the guy who played the lead alien in Galaxy Quest. Odd, weirdly.
Mathasar.
But kind of played Mathasar.
No, it's.
But also,
Mathasar is his character name, but yeah, go.
Yeah. But also, There was one episode where there's an episode of Monk.
Wait, hang on. Isn't it the chief engineer, Tony Shalhoub?
Yeah, exactly. Tony Shalhoub is in that. Yeah, Tony Shalhoub get his Monk, and the guy that plays Malthazar started one episode as his ex-partner. The last episode I saw.
Yeah, that's right. That was the last episode when he was actually trying to find out who killed his wife.
No, I mean in the episode I just saw today, it's about 4th, 5th episode in season 3. There's 8 seasons of it. But the other thing is, there was an earlier episode which started an apparent murder in a panic room.
Yes.
Which reminded me another series. I thought, okay, what was I sorry? Another series which had an episode with an apparent impossible murder in a panic room, as a result of which I'm now rewatching Ben Miller in Death in Paradise.
Ben Miller is the best detective in Death in Paradise. Yes. And it basically fell apart when Danny John Jules left it.
Yeah, I mean, Death in Paradise, there are 4 novels by the guy that... well, and they're all with Richard Poole. I like those. I liked Chris Thompson's character, Chris Marshall's character as well. I like that character as well. The others since then have been okay for me, but yeah, I mean,
I hate Ralph Little. Yeah, I loved Ralph Little and 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps.
I don't mind his character, but it's. I mean, I think the problem is that they're also with that again. That's been going on for what 8, 9, 10 seasons now.
10 seasons now.
They're getting to the point.
Right.
There's only
like
so much.
Midsummer Murders.
Yes, it's very similar.
That has like 3,000 seasons. I loved that show before.
Death in Paradise is in the Caribbean.
Right, I've seen a couple of. I didn't really resonate with it. I loved Midsummer Murders. At least when you had the first detective, whose name is escaping me, and that's terrible.
Jim Bergerac.
John.
It was John Nettles, but as far as I'm concerned, sorry, it was Jim Bergerac just moved to the mainland. Because one of John Nettles' first series was Bergerac, set on Jersey.
Okay. And yeah, that I'm not familiar with.
But that's the actor that played Barnaby in Midsummer Murders.
Barnaby. Because they changed Barnaby's. He retired, and it was like his cousin Tom or something. And I never preferred after they changed them. So I still had. I mean, there were still plenty of seasons to watch with the first Barnaby. And that was and they're long episodes too. They're like an hour and a half. It's like watching a movie every time you watch the show.
I've inherited my mum's collection of Columbo.
Oh, nice.
A Touch of Frost. David Jason is the detective in it. And I've also, what was the other one? Shut up. Doug Scratch and belting off one of the. What was the other one? There was a third detective one that my mum used to watch. She had a load. Every one of her DVDs, even her videos, were all detective stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one set in Cambridge with
John Morse.
Yeah. Morse. If you want to see one, the early stuff is Morse. John Thaw from the Sweeney.
Oh yes.
Oh, a very different role.
Great in it because he played a detective set in Cambridge, so a very intelligent detective against intelligent people who thought they were smarter than him because he was just a copper. And it was very well done.
The basic hook, if you like, for Death in Paradise is fish out of water. It's a Caribbean island.
And
which
it was
is
administered by the French,
then the Dutch, then the British, etc. But it's basically it's now so because it's run by the British. The hook is that the chief inspector of the police is an English copper, so he's somebody who comes over from England. And Ben Miller's character is a straight
Yeah, he's a straight
And
up British cop.
God knows how Ben Miller managed to do this. It's filmed in Guadeloupe, and he's in a suit and jacket, suit and tie, every episode, almost every scene.
So it was warm.
Yeah, but it's fish out of water, and then they change, and they get all the way through. It's always an English detective who's in charge of the local cops.
And what we'll do to save the fish out of water, Roman.
Pick of the week.
Because I know
I am the fish out of water.
We've been talking a lot of English and British TV shows and stuff like that, and you can see it going.
I've got the cartoon bubble above my head with a question mark in it.
Yeah. So what we'll do is a pick of the week. You've obviously seen my Justice League one. I've only got 3 other things, but technically only 2 because one's a replacement. So I'm going to do mine first because Mr. AWK, do you want to start?
You sure?
Yes, because you've got something special, right?
Oh, yes. Okay, just let me switch on the camera for a minute. It may be a bit blurred. Here we go. So, I am going to do a live build of the Aston Martin Speed Racers from 007. And the thing is about this, it's got Daniel Craig as Bond in it, but I'm going to swap it out.
You're not going to swap it out, you're just going to swap his hair.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because he look like Sean Connery. So I'm going to build this right away in the corner, you know, and while I'm building it, I'm going to stick on a timer. So there goes the clock.
Right. So while he's building that,
it will take these years.
Yes, we'll let him build that. So, right. I'll do mine, right? So Justice League was one of the DVDs I picked up. And the other DVD I picked up was a nice classic, and it's a 3-in-1. So it's a Walter Matthau gangster story.
Love Matthau and Lemon.
And Boris Karloff, British intelligence, although that's also known as enemy agent. And 3 classic. One's a gangster story, you can guess is a gangster story. One's a war one. And the devil, Beat the Devil, is actually a comedy.
Matthau had a really, really awesome span of characters he could play.
Yes, he did. So that's
my favorite with him is Grumpy Old Bastards or whatever it's called.
He's great at that. But that's my 2 DVDs I bought. So that's the only thing. That's the only DVDs I bought. But I had a figure, and I had to replace it because the box got a bit dented. The box has got a dent there, and it's my Kirk alternate universe.
Oh, nice.
So the box is
that's really good.
There's a wee dent in it, so I had to replace it. So while I was replacing it, I'll put this aside because when my nephews come up, they always say, "Have you got any spares?" So I've got a spare now. The other one I picked, and I'm going to open this at the same time to take it out, is Uhura Alternate Universe. So this one has to
very
come out.
nice.
Very nice.
It looks a lot better, so it does. You need to see it, and it's actually got a stand for a Funko. It's surprisingly, it's got a wee stand that you can attach, which considering most of the Funkos don't. But look at that. Is that not a cool figure?
Is that the alternative universe as well?
That's the mirror universe of Uhura.
Yeah, I like it, and it's sad that she just passed away recently.
Yeah. So when I was replacing that, I saw that, and there was no way I was not going to get it because Nichelle Nichols in her alternate universe Uhura outfit is just damn good.
And that's probably my favorite. Actually, my favorite episode of the original series was the Mirror Universe.
Oh yes, the mirror was superb.
That's probably my favorite. Actually, my favorite episode of the original.
Who's got an echo on? Who's got an echo on?
I hear me.
It's Sadako sneaking in.
Sorry, with me. The echo was Hi guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I thought I might be again.
So, someone needs to remember to clip that part where Roman is just going like.
So basically, that was my only main.
PJ, your camera, your vision's off. Your screen's black.
Yeah, he's been having problems with it all evening.
All right,
Basically, it came back on. It's basically it going back off again.
Back off, yeah. Well, actually, we just saw your avatar then.
Yeah. So
I can see you now, but you're frozen.
No, see, when I'm looking at the screen, I've got a screen sitting here just to double check, and it's working. So
that's weird.
I can see myself online. It's now frozen. Bugger. It was working, and then it stopped again. I don't know where I'm getting the issues. So I'm going to have to bounce and then come back in and try and reset stuff. So I'll be back in a minute.
Roman, I was saying earlier on, if you get a chance, see the Rowan Atkinson Schoolmaster sketch, because he did that. The first thing he ever wrote, and apparently he was in I think it was Cambridge when he was at university with a lot of the other people, and he just sat back very quietly, did nothing, didn't contribute anything apparently, and then he came out, and that was the first thing he came out with.
Oh wow!
And it is amazing. It is
full master sketch.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put a clip in a bit. It's 5 minutes long, so it's probably maybe a little bit too long to actually sort of risk playing it. Yeah.
Got it. Hey, just as a heads up, I do have to roll in about 10 minutes. I have.
That's okay. That's what I thought.
Got food cooking, so I'm doing my I didn't die this year celebration today. So,
and I've got to say, happy
limited as it will be. I'm gonna have
birthday,
oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm actually going to have some pretty cool stuff to pick of the week next week. This week, I have a. You've actually seen it in the box, but I actually unboxed it finally. I got around to it. Is my Green Arrow from the McFarlane's DC multiverse line.
It's looking good.
Very happy with this figure. There we go. Is it in focus? Focus.
Is it modular?
There we go. Oh yeah, he can move. Yeah, he can. He's totally movable. And it's from the Injustice comic book series, which we talked about, I think, a little bit, where Superman goes rogue, kills Joker, and basically becomes the dictator of the planet. Well, and you have heroes like Batman and Oliver Queen who don't quite agree with his methods, and so they are standing up to him. But really,
one curious question, because I can see the solid grip on his right hand arm. Is the string on the bow actually
no?
Stretchy?
It's just a plastic. It doesn't stretch out, and the arrows kind of come out, but they're not individual. So it's a pretty cool figure. It's
no, it is perfect as it is.
But it's just good. It's going to go on the shelf with the 9,000 of his brothers. So I'm still pretty happy with it.
I'm sure it'll fit right in your collection.
Next week, I'm going to have a bunch of new stuff because I do have my I Didn't Die gifts that I'll be opening up today, and I already know what most of them are, so it's mostly ceremonial. But what I'm looking forward to, Jim, is that Iron Maiden Somewhere Back in Time album. That's the thing that I'm most looking forward to. Everything else is not bad. Is not bad, but that's
please tell me that you're getting something really nice, because I would love to see an unboxing of that. If you would unbox it, of course.
For
Somewhere Back in Time.
It's literally back in the room right now. I'm waiting for this evening when we do the events, the cake opening and gifts. It's literally just sitting by the bed. I know what's in it. It's not. It's not like it's a secret. I'm not a child. But it's still. I'll bring it on next week though. I'm curious to see what the record looks like because most of the records that I've been getting in my modern collecting are not just black discs. They usually have something interesting going on. I mean, this may just be a black disc, but I'm excited. We'll see, and I'll bring that all the other interesting and weird items that I get today next week. Although I may have to, I'll have to talk about next week post show because I may have something going on. So Max, Max Von Priestley, who you've probably seen on other events, he's going to be in town for a concert, and he and my partner John, the creative blue collar guy, are planning on coming out next week. And I'm doing a smoke. I'll be doing ribs and chicken and such. So that next Saturday might be dicey, but that's all right. So anyway,
if only I could apply for a USA visa that quickly. I'd be there in a heartbeat.
Just so you're aware, next Saturday I'm on, but the Saturday after, the Saturday the 20th of August, I'm not.
That's right.
I'm away because that was the weekend of the Comic-Con that I'm going to miss.
Yep. That's the weekend you're not going to Comic-Con.
Yes, that's the weekend. That's in the Shell Nichols figure now.
That is beautiful, man.
It is.
She's got the dagger. I love that. That was one of the great scenes.
Yes, with Sulu.
Yep.
But it's just an absolutely superb. So as soon as I saw that, when I was replacing my Kirk, I basically saw that and I went, "Oh, having that."
Yep.
What's the price?
I love the simplicity of the mirror universes and the fact that for the longest time Star Trek kept it true. It was simple. It was just add a tash and a sash.
Yeah,
that was basically it. And now you're evil.
Well, Futurama took the piss out of it. Remember, you had Bender and you had the evil Bender, and you only knew he was evil because he had a tash.
Yeah.
Well, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
Somewhere there's a Roman of the Empire running around with no beard doing heroic deeds. I am the
it became a thorough meme, didn't it? It became such a meme that the mirror universe version was the one that had the beard for everything.
Yeah,
and Star Trek tried to redo that every now and then, like they did the Enterprise episode of the mirror universe. I think did DS9 have one? DS9 actually did it as well.
DS9 did. Next gen didn't have any.
Next gen didn't do it. Now, and there were a series of novelizations of it, but that
DS9 did several.
Was the best one.
Yeah, Deep Space Nine
did a series Mirror Universe. They never did better than that as far as looking at that concept went.
I mean, Deep Space Nine did several. Like they did a series of sequels, and the thing was, in the Mirror Universe, Cisco goes to the Mirror Universe, and in that universe, his wife is still alive. There was no like War 359, and also
I barely remember the DS9 version.
Oh,
I remember the Enterprise version because it was interesting because of the Gorn, and they had their Constitution class starship, which they captured because it crossed over by accident. And
I mean, what I really liked about the Enterprise one was it wasn't a Star Trek Mirror Universe episode. It was a Mirror Universe story from start to finish. They even changed the
all
credit.
over there.
There was no reference to the main universe whatsoever. The whole thing, the only reference to the main universe was, as you say, was the ship from the Tholian Web, I think it was, that had come over. Everything else, including all the credit titles, was completely as if it was an episode from an entire series.
Oh yeah, the whole opening sequence was their side. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
I can't remember that one, I must admit.
It was one of the two parts. It was two-part, wasn't it? I remember it because I remember it because it had to poll with my brain switched off from the actor's name again. Didn't have to wear a wig. was the only thing in 4 seasons of it where she actually had her own hair, which was quite long.
Hey, I am Spot with a goatee, Joe. And from the Mirror Universe, you can get.
They gotta have Spock.
You can get Spock with a goatee. You can also get
that's what I'm talking about.
And you can get the other two. You can get is Khan and Kirk on his chair, but I've got Kirk on his chair, but that's not the Mirror Universe. So it is. So there's only 4 for him in the Mirror Universe for some reason. There's Kirk, there's Spock, there's Sulu, and there's Uhura. The other ones were not seen as important enough to get a Mirror Universe. Yeah, because Chekhov should have got his thing because he tried to actually kill Kirk.
Yes.
And failed, but he tried. Tried to get his promotion. Right, Jim, you know you're sitting there with a wee bit antsy going, me.
As I've told you guys, the church shops around my region has somehow been raided from everything that is DVD or CD and everything. So I did go out to Amazon, the wide hunting grounds, because there is a video game I've been loving since back in the 80s, which is Legend of Zelda. And I picked up a video game guide with some really amazing visuals. And this very thick book
Wow.
is a complete game guide by official company that I really do that. I'm not sure how well it will be seen.
You can see the guide and you can see it's a bit shiny, but...
And it's heavy. You could probably kill someone with this.
Yeah, just don't throw the book at them.
Yeah. But just for you, Roman, I know you got to bounce any second. I will try and take the silly stuff off. You get some really nice...
Where are you? There you're there.
Visuals.
Oh man, yeah, that's a great piece of art there.
I believe it's mirrored on the front, so it's literally the same.
That's excellent.
But
I
if you
love
open
stuff
the
like
book
that.
and get into the bestiary,
oh great!
These are the enemies you will be fighting, and it tells you everything: the background, the lore, all of that stuff.
It's like the old D&D monster manual. That's awesome.
Exactly, and the artwork in this one really surprised me. Since I'm on the big one. Oh, by the way, this is for you, Colin. This is the T-shirt for the night.
Hey.
See, my T-shirt's just the boring old. I'm not old. I'm classic T-shirt.
But yeah, this is the front cover of it.
Yeah,
I love stuff like that. I can look at stuff like that all freaking day.
And it comes with in-game world map.
I thought it was a different Zelda picture he was going to show us when he was unfolding it.
That's how big the in-game world map is, and I'm holding it upside down, of course, because I'm a numpty.
Say hello to our Australian trick. Yes.
Oh, that's great.
And yeah, it'll take you if you're walking from one end of the map to the other in the game. In real world, it will take you 20-30 minutes. So it's not a small place, which is why you probably need something like a good game map.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thoroughly impressed with this. It's hardbook cover. And it only set me back about 25 quid, I think, because I did have some coupons and whatnot. And the game's been out for a while, but this is my pick of the week. This is the only thing I got.
That's awesome.
Superb.
Well, cool. All right, guys, I gotta go because I gotta go do the stuff. But again, thank you for having me this week. This is, as always, a lot of fun, and I am the fish out of water. So, but I enjoy being the oddball American.
We could be talking about obscure British comedy.
I mean, more obscure British comedies.
Well, it's why we do it, because I love hearing what everybody else has been seeing, watching, what they like, what they caught up on this week. Because
And
we
so
need.
I'll try to be with you guys Wednesday for Snatch.
Yep.
Monday, the show we're doing is going to be a deep dive into the movie Memento. So, which I just saw for the first time, so we could, because I knew I was going to be talking about it. And then Thursday, we actually didn't finish our show from last week.
Yeah,
when we were
you're doing the
about,
2010, 2011,
Yep.
2010s, 20 and 2020s.
Yep. So yeah, we ended in the 90s because we were nerds and we talked far too long about the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So
some of the movies you were talking about were absolute classics.
So it was a fun conversation, and so I think we're going to have the same panel this week, and like I said, next Saturday might be sketchy, and I'll let you know how that is looking as we close in on that. So again, thanks for having me, and I hope you guys have a great weekend, and thanks for sharing all the cool stuff.
Yeah, and enjoy your birthday party.
I appreciate it. I have beer.
Have
whiskey,
a
and
great
cake.
day, Roman.
Yeah.
All right, you guys take care.
Take care, Roman. Bye.
Bye. So, any other picks?
I've got one.
Yep, go on.
I got this from Asda. Just a minute. Where is it? It's the
Fire.
I've never seen this. I've never
Very
seen
young
this.
Drew Barrymore, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. She's been in ET at that point. She's been in. I think she might have been in Cat's Eye. She was in Cat's Eye. I remember. Do you remember Cat's Eye?
No.
All right. It was a.
I remember Cat's Eye, the TV series.
Oh no! Well, there was a film. It was basically this 3 separate horror vignettes that involved this cat going from one. They basically went from one location to another and basically witnessed. So basically, the cat was the one we followed throughout the film as it went from one vignette sketch, horror sketch to another, and at the end, the final one is when the cat ends up at Drew Barry at this village where this kind of country house that Drew Barrymore's in, and she's being menaced by this troll. And there's this scene where basically she and the cat basically get the troll because it's this small troll, and it basically the way they defeated it is the troll ends up on a record that's playing Every Breath You Take by the Police, and they basically speed it up to the point where the troll falls off and lands in the meets its demise, shall we say.
So why didn't you actually play I'm a Fire Starter instead of Every Breath You Take? It wouldn't have been actually more appropriate.
Because it was 1984.
Hang on, PJ. Did you just admit to knowing music? Okay, it's a very British kind of music, but...
Well, when you see that weirdo jumping about and just that's the only line that you remember.
Wendology knows what I mean. He's seen it.
The original Firestarter.
No.
That came out in the 90s.
That one, yeah.
Firestarter was 84, 2 years after ET. Cat's Eye was 85, so Cat's Eye was
second.
Firestarter was first, yeah.
And it was 12 years before the Prodigy's Firestarter, so they couldn't have been in the film.
Maybe they actually liked the movie, that's why they did it. Who knows? Listen, I'll throw myself under a bus. Don't you worry. Just because I actually talking about music, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, I think of it, I might not be here next week because hopefully I'll be in Welsh Wales.
Well, thank Christ, I thought it was going to be Scotch Wales.
No. I'm going back 600 years, dear boy, so it's got to be Wales. Scotland 600 years ago wasn't a nice place.
And it is now. in comparison to what?
Yes.
So, what's people been watching this week?
I say Monk. Then I got into. I still haven't got around to watching the Nick Fury movie. I've got to watch that.
I'm still a way behind. I didn't even watch the last Avengers movie. I didn't watch Endgame. I didn't watch Captain Marvel, and I didn't watch the other one.
I mean the one we were talking about yesterday week on the Father's Street. The one with
yes, the 1984 one.
Yeah, I still haven't watched that yet. I downloaded it Friday, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
I've been I'm now to episode 4 of The Green Death. It's been really it's been so great to rewatch that. I mean,
yeah.
Like there were times I was kind of like I don't want to watch Doctor Who anymore. I feel like the worst of the fans have kind of poisoned it for me. But then kind of
the good thing is that the way I look at it is they can see what they want, but they're never going to touch the classics. So
yes.
Oh no. I've met some classic fans who are just as nasty as the current.
Oh God, aye, but that's why I like talking about everything else. Because I did go to a couple of meetups in the Glasgow area, and there was a lot of classic fans there, and even I disagreed with what they were saying about the new stuff.
What?
I disagreed with what they were saying about the new stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm no one for the new stuff, but some of the vitriol it was coming out that way. It is a case of crazy. Everybody's a Doctor Who fan. It's different doctors. Different. It's like turning around saying, "Well, I only like the movies. The TV show doesn't count." So basically, you can still class yourself as a Doctor Who fan if you only watch the Peter Cushing movies, or you only watch the TV show, the classic one, but never watched the movies. It's that type of thing. Your variations on Doctor Who you can be, and I'm okay with that. But it's when people tell me I have to like something, that's when I've got a problem.
Yeah, it became. Yeah. That was when the new series came back. I think a lot of fans it became like a cult almost. It's like we had to love the fact it was back. When Dolly's been watching. Oh,
yeah, when Dolly and Darren have been watching Supernatural. He's also watching Peter Davidson's first series, and then Carol Judge's been watching Deadwater Fell. Not seen that one. It's a Tennant one, but it's obviously not Doctor Who. Is it? I don't recognise that. Deadwater Fell. Sort of an oldie. So I'm assuming it's not it's just a Tennant thing, but I've not watched it.
Well, yeah, I mean you can call it an oldie. It was 2020.
Oh wait a minute, I think I have seen that one. Is that the one he gets arrested because the fire's suspicious and it's all about the court case?
I don't know. I've just brought it up on IMDb and it's just over 3 hours long. It's a TV miniseries.
Right. So 3 1 hour episodes. So
yeah, probably. Looks like it.
Well, I've been watching Primal season 2. It's only 3 episodes out at the moment, but I still really enjoy it. They've started to use language in it, considering the first season it was only and there was no language. They're starting to use language, but it's not obviously a recognisable language. It's just one tribe going, I was good at it, and stuff like that. So they're making up words, but it's still good. It's still really good. And it's becoming a bit more interesting than the first season was just about one Neanderthal and his dinosaur. And this one is more modern.
Is this a cartoon series?
Of course it's a cartoon series. Very violent.
Oh, okay.
Is superb. I'll show
you. I promise not to mention the 64 million year gap there. Then
it's basically it's not anything because you've got Neanderthals with the thing. It's just a fun.
It's the Flintstones. Yeah.
This is season 2. Wait a minute, I'm firing it up. I need to actually hit the mute.
Oh, also I've been watching Line of Duty as well. I'm up to episode 2 of series 5. Shaping up to a very good season now.
I never got into that, even though I was in the one with I forgot what it's Between the Lines. Was it Between the Lines?
Right.
It was with the guy with the chap that was in Drop the Dead Donkey. This was
I know one you're talking about. The one that actually it played Dave, the gambler. Yes.
Yeah, Neil Pearson. Yeah, I think it was Between the Lines. I thought that was quite a good one because sometimes the cop, the really were bank cops, and other times it was it was a reasonably fair spread. It wasn't just only investigating.
This is just a clip from one episode of season 2 of Primal. I've not put the sound on, but in effect, you don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it basically. I'm on episode 3. Season 1 is better because it's the whole setup of how he meets the dinosaur and stuff like that, and how the two of them battle, and effectively they become friends because of certain things. But it's actually entertaining, and that's the main thing. And I loved it for that. So it's only 3 episodes in season 2 at the moment. So that's what I've been watching. I've also rewatched Sky High with Bruce Campbell as Coach Boomer. Side
Islands.
Yeah. I just I quite enjoy that movie, although it's silly. It's a good old fashioned hero movie, and you've got Wonder Woman in it. Or sorry, she plays Principal Powers, and she has one line in it saying, "Who do you think I am? Wonder Woman."
Are we talking Wonder Woman or are we talking Gal Gadot?
No, we're talking Wonder Woman. We're
talking Linda Carter.
Yes, Linda Carter. She
still good for her
plays
age.
Principal Powers. And I think at one point she says, "I'm not Wonder Woman." That's what it is.
Probably the only really decent scene in Wonder Woman 1984. The after credits scene.
The ending, when it says the end.
No, where they got someone else they introduced. We've been here for a turn, and she says, I think they timed it slightly wrong, but is it Artemis or something the character is? But she turns round and they ask her something, and she turns and says, have you been here? She says, yes, I've been here for a very long time, and it's Linda Carter. As obviously as another character, but yeah, really interesting. Obviously, related to the fact that she played Wonder Woman originally, etc. Probably the best scene in Wonder Woman 1984.
I haven't seen Wonder Woman 1984, I must admit.
I've got to admit, she still looks good for her age, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, she does. Yes, yes.
When the dinosaurs in it, and it's only halfway through season 2, so the 2 main characters in Primal are the caveman or the Neanderthal and the dinosaur. There's no name for the 2 characters. That's just who they are. There's no word. There's no talking through it. They just scream at each other. So I can't even tell you the character names because there's no names given. It's just basically him and the dinosaur. And as you saw, episode 3 of season 2, the 2 of them are still the main characters. So nothing happens to the dinosaur in that respect. But it is actually so well done. Yeah, I've already got. I had a T-Rex. Mind you, it was small, blue, sat in a cage. fair enough.
I'm talking proper John Hammond from the very first Jurassic Park film.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. Have you seen some of the reviews about how real is it? And it is a case of, even though they know the aesthetic has changed and the understanding of what dinosaurs look like, anytime they do another Jurassic Park, they stick to their aesthetic because they've decided they ain't changing it just because the science says that they've all got feathers now.
Yeah, I don't buy that. And then again, it is a fantasy film when you come down to it at the end of the day.
The way I look at it is, and I've said it before, is they're basing everything on one piece of evidence that they put into a theory that this is what it does. And unfortunately, we'll never know what a dinosaur actually looked like. We can only speculate based on what we find out. And they've found ones that they found a dinosaur which had been buried in mud. So the shape of it, and it didn't have any feathers because it looked as if it had a scaly skin. Yet they've had other ones where they've found an imprint of a feather next to it. So it's things like that. They're basically judging it. They think because they found that means that they've all feathers, and that's why birds have evolved from them, because they've got feathers, and it's.
It is valid, but you had to start at some point somewhere.
Yeah, but I hate the fact that they say these are the facts of the matter. That's not facts, because unless they know 100%, that's not a fact. That is a based on their current understanding. And I wish
the jury is out on it. They're still investigating this.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's the people are actually presenting it as if facts. Dinosaurs had feathers. They don't know. It's a speculation based on one piece of evidence. It's the same as they thought they looked. They initially based them on lizards, based on the fact is that's what their understanding was, and that they were basing it on like crocodiles and alligators and monitor lizards and stuff like that. So they were basing a lot of what they looked like earlier on based on those type of animals. Because
not to sideline it, but Alex, you have a cheerleader in the chat. When is cheering you on to get the build done?
Thanks, Wendy. Lucky I put that timer in the corner. I think I might have this done within the next 10.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tired. I'm going to quit now. Bye-bye.
And I'm the one that usually consider myself the weakling in this bunch.
Well, actually, today I've actually not stopped since I got up this morning, and I was on until 22 last night or this morning. I was on Wookie's channel, and I think we finished about 22, and then by the time I got to my kit, I was knackered, and I was back up early this morning, and I've not stopped since. So I'm absolutely shattered. I'm falling asleep. I nearly fell asleep driving up to Glasgow earlier on, sitting in the car and window wide open, head out the window like a dog. So it's terrible. So I'm actually starting to flag, and it's 10 to 11. How dare I flag this early into the stream? It's not as if it's a work day.
It'll be different once we manage to meet up at the Comic-Con somewhere.
Yeah,
we're probably just gonna rock it until like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Go for an hour kip and then go out for like breakfast and
I used
get
to
ready
do
for the
that.
talk.
I used to work overnight, so we would go into work at 9 o'clock, and then we'd work 12 hours, and a 10-hour shift. Get paid, because we actually got paid in the wee envelope, so we got our cash in, and then we would go home, showered, and straight out to the pub, and that would be us until the dancing closed at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we would be up 28 hours in a row.
I think this is something the younger generation here on the panel and in the chat, because I don't think you were old enough when the pay slips came every Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, or you got it bi-weekly and you were handed an envelope.
When I worked with my dad, it was every Friday at lunchtime. When I worked in Fine Fair, that's how long ago, is a shop it's no longer around. I used to get it Saturday morning because we worked overnight Friday night, so they used to take the pay packs out on Friday and we got them on Saturday morning as we were leaving the shop.
I loved working for the companies that did bi-weekly payment, because that meant twice a year you got 3 payments within the same month.
I actually liked mine's weekly. Sure did. I liked it weekly because it was easy to budget. You didn't need to actually worry to keep money for 3 weeks. So if you'd actually spent all your pay packet, you only needed to wait another 5 days to get your pay, rather than having to wait another 20 days, 24 days, whatever, to get your next pay packet.
Yeah. Well, I think it's definitely built the character for me, having had those different payment methods, because I see so many, I don't want to say kids, but people in their early 30s, mid 30s, that don't know how to plan a budget for a month. You should know rent, electricity, utility, water, gas, insurance, TV, internet. They are regulars. And then you'll have the odd one-off, like a yearly insurance, or however you pay that. You should know that they're coming. And then you should be able to also plan. You know there is 30 days to next payday. You need to have food for 30 days. And they don't understand how to plan it. And they go, it's like, oh, I have a $5 left, and it's like 2 weeks until payday. And it's like,
yeah.
How do you only have a $5 left?
That's the problem, and I hated that for that simple reason. I was terrible with cash, so I preferred my weekly pay. So I did. But you learn, and that's the problem. But I would make people go back to paying you weekly in your hand, nothing to do with forcing you to go to a bank. You wanted to go to the bank, you went to the bank. The bank actually used to say, well, we'll give you this if you use us instead of going to another bank. Now, because you're forced to use a bank, the bank can say things like, well, we're going to charge you to use your own money. That's why I hate banks, because you can get charged to use your own money. Some banks charge you to use your debit card to withdraw your own money.
Yeah, you see that this is where you say some, and I always read the fine print. My money is my money. If I choose to do banking with you, it's because I think you're good enough to be trusted with my money. If you think you should charge me, then nope. And there are plenty of card services out there available globally. Not the financial advice, by the way. I know this is YouTube. But there are cards that go, nope, there is no extra charge, no extra fees, no nothing. But again, be careful with your money. And for those that are struggling, do seek someone that has financial education, training, background, runs a reputable financial company. Again, not the financial advice, but if you're struggling, go seek help.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, these days there's also a case of your bank can just come and refuse to do anything for you anyway because they don't like something you said.
Yeah.
That's not the scene for cash economy.
The cash economy is what it should all be using. It's basically money. See, as soon as they actually go, well, we don't like using money, we want you to use this. There's a few shops around here. The takeaways and stuff like that are just cash only. They will not take credit cards or anything, debit cards. And I think it's simply because the banks have tried to screw them. Because some of the cards, the debit cards are basically charging 5% per transaction.
Well, I know the shops near me, they won't charge. They won't let you pay top up electricity on a credit card because they don't make any money from it. They don't make anything
Yeah,
at all.
I think the Kung Flu of unknown origin and the impact it had on the world, and that people had to be able to get groceries, removed that lower limits, because most people may remember, at least here in UK, if you went into an off-license or a convenience shop or...
They would say you can't actually spend any less than, they won't charge you less than £5.
Yeah, you had
Now
to
you can
spend a
actually
minimum of £5, so about $7.50.
Yeah,
I'm ballparking it. It might just be like $6.75 or whatever it is, but it's like you had to pay a lot.
Mm.
And it's like, all I needed was a loo roll. And then it's like, oh no, you have to buy items for £4.50 more.
you forgot to stop your timer.
I will do now. So
This looks like an IKEA project. Sorry, Alex, but this looks like an IKEA project. There is a lot of stuff still on the table.
46. There we go.
And look at the Sean Connery. It used to be Daniel Craig, but he changed the hair colour. It looks better like that. All you need to do is put a wee bit
money
of,
penny.
you just need to put a wee bit of grey and it'll look perfect.
Yeah. Here's a funny question. Why the hell did they give him a bloody spanner?
Because you need to fix the car, I guess.
Aye, because
I haven't seen the Craig bonds.
That's about the same size. About what, 2/3 the size of the model? So that's about a 4 foot long spanner.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that no, is the Aston Martin a British car? Maybe that's why.
I'm sorry, Alice. Can you bring back the brown wig, because that looks like a very shady character. When it's the black wig, that actually looks like a British gentleman. This looks like a butler or a checking clerk at Butler.
It looks like a comb over.
Yeah, yeah.
It does.
It looks like a comb over.
Oh, full it. Here we go. We'll put it that way.
Better.
What I might do is get like a gun or something, because you can get them specially made and that, and have him holding a gun, or it could be a gadget. Who knows?
Sonic screwdriver. Get it for one of the doctors.
Okay. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. James Bond himself, and that's going probably at the back. So in goes the car. Greatest shame is you don't have the ejector seat.
Oh, you the dinky one with that, the ejector seat. And
all you do is you fit a spring under his butt.
Yeah.
And then clip him in and see how long it takes before he ejects himself.
Yeah. Do you remember you used to get toys that did that? You had a spring inside them. You pressed down a sucker.
And it you just basically sat and waited until it went.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is spring loaded or spring loaded on a timer. So it's like either a circular spring, or it was just a spring, and if you touched it, it released the mechanism. But if you had the spring, the circular loader, it was time based because it would stretch out eventually and trigger the mechanism, so it just flew out.
And I can give you a wee piece of advice. See the one that's the wee sucker. You put it, you lick it, put it on the table, and it could take a minute, it could take 30 seconds, it could take 2 minutes, but eventually the sucker would come loose and it would go doing away.
Yep.
Do not put it next to your sister's cup of tea under the handle. Because you'll get a doing. Because we used to do that with my sister's bowl of cereal or her tea. And basically, it would bounce up, hit her tea, and knock it over her. So we were often told off for things like that.
Man, you got a lot of beatings from sister for that.
Yes, my three sisters used to do that. Basically, don't do that again. Don't. So yes, my three sisters used to actually keep me in my place. Three older sisters.
I never had my older half siblings say that to me. All they said to me is, "I'm gonna kill you."
BJ, I have to say, having three older sisters, it's a bitch, isn't it?
Yes. See, the problem is, Sadaku, I was born with three sisters bullying me, and I'm going to die with three sisters bullying me because I've got three daughters.
Oh.
Yes, three big sisters, three daughters. So yes, I'm surrounded by females, and I'm going to die with them all bullying me.
So that's two covens then.
Aye. That's why my sister used to actually get annoyed because my mum used to call my youngest sister, my youngest of my three sisters, Trouble, because she was always getting into trouble. So we would used to call my other two sisters Hubble and Bubble.
I was just going to say, your lineup then, PJ, it sounds like the perfect 1960s sitcom setup.
Unfortunately, it was, and it was definitely not funny.
At least you didn't call your daughters Esme, Githa, and Magrat.
Well, actually, I have got a Margaret, technically, in my family. One of my sisters is a Margaret. And yes, the other two were definitely not. I wouldn't actually say one of my sisters was like Githa, because my three sisters would say, "You calling me fat?" Boom. But definitely, I've got a couple of Esmes in my family. Women you do not mess with. You don't even slag. You don't even pretend that you're talking about them. But yes, we're all big Terry Pratchett fans as well. I met Terry once. I got him to sign one of my books. And I asked him, I says, could he put a quote from my favourite character, Death? And the first question he asked me is, what's your favourite book? And I told him Morp. So he put, I could murder a curry, put a wee scythe on it, and signed it Terry Pratchett.
Oh, wow.
So he asked what book before I actually gave up, before he decided what was going on. So he obviously knew his own characters well enough that I could have told him a book and he could have given me a quote from any of his books. Now, there's an author.
Yeah.
Who knows their own stuff inside and out. So when Neil Gaiman turns around and says, oh, well, I'm just basing it on the notes and I can do it better. Pants. If it ain't Terry Pratchett, it ain't Terry Pratchett. So you can call it Good Omens all you want, but it ain't Terry Pratchett's Good Omens.
Yeah, true. Well, as I said, it's going to be more Terry. It's going to have more Terry Pratchett in it, and then Woke of the Rings is going to have Tolkien in it.
No, it's going to have more Terry Pratchett than The Watch.
Well, we won't mention that.
Oh God, no! That to me, as soon as I saw that, I thought, nope, not even watching it, touching it, not myself.
God help her, Purple actually made itself watch all the episodes of that. She never got around reviewing it. I gave up after 3 episodes.
I didn't even watch one episode. I saw the trailer and I went, I'm out. Because no way on earth that was Vimes. No way on earth.
No way on Discord any of them were Pratchett characters.
None of them were. They were basically, it was dark again. It was basically, they did the same with Wheel of Time. They took the character names and then just completely changed the characters. So what was the point?
The thing is, I would really, I'm sure I remember having a conversation with someone that I thought that if you knew nothing about Discworld, reasonably watchable, if you pardon the pun, as its own fantasy setting thing. But because they said the big problem with it more than anything else was that they said it was these characters, and and it wasn't. Whereas it might possibly been, it might have had some. It might have had some merit if you watched it as its own thing rather than trying to attach it to Discworld.
Hence, it's the same as I said with the Wheel of Time.
Oh yeah, Wheel of Time was.
If you do not call it the Wheel of Time, or if you want to tie it to the Wheel of Time, then put it in another age, so you can have your own characters, and Rand, Moiraine, Egwene, Nynaeve could all be mentioned the same as Arthur Hawkling was mentioned, as in somebody from the past ages. And something's happened, and the power has melded, so the male and the female, but something's happened. And so they can mention back about how Rand had fought to take the taint out, but there was a counter stroke, and it melded the two streams, and it corrupted the any male who touched this stream because it wasn't designed. So there you go. There's already an idea that they can say there's only one stream, and any man who touches it goes crazy. So by saying that, when he cleaned the taint, what it did, there was a counter stroke. His last desperate fight, Saitans, was to mess with it. So any male who touched the one stream basically was still, so it looked as if it was okay until they merged the streams. But then they could have actually did what they wanted, and you weren't touching the characters. All you were doing is referring back to a previous age from the book. So it was in the Wheel of Time world, just an age or two further on, and things could have changed, and you could actually do it.
Like so many of these things, they take they take something that they know is popular, and then they just put their own story to it, or their own spin on it. And unfortunately, these days they have to push in their agenda.
But also, Colin, they're not understanding the material they're playing with. And I know this may go whoosh over people's heads, but PJ, you will keep me honest on this one. When they get the chest with the Horn of Valeron, or whatever it is, the pool of magic, which is the one source. Yeah, the one source. That is actually a source that was tapped before the tainting. So it is a clean source, and it's that source that Randall Thor is using. So he hasn't touched the tainted source. He's used a spare barrel of gasoline, so to speak.
That's how the first book ends, where he fights at the gap using an untainted one power.
Yeah, and that nuance is so missing from this writing. They don't understand the massive world building that he undertook when he wrote those first books. And I'm 100% on board with PJ. When Sanderson took over and finished up the writing, it is not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
He took it and drove it in a completely different direction.
It basically, to me, he made it his own, because he added things in that were never mentioned right up until he took over. And he's saying, but these are all Robert Jordan's notes. Then Robert Jordan knew how to tell a story. So why did you introduce characters that had never even been hinted at in the past? So you started the book, the first book you did, by introducing characters and giving them a backstory. They were that bad that you had to give them a backstory because they'd never been mentioned in his whole build-up to that point. And he's saying, but it was all Robert. No, he took it to try and make it better, and it's typical. Robert Jordan gave him it because he liked his writing style. Understand that. Robert Jordan's wife, who was his producer, worked with him to try and get Robert Jordan's final vision. However, there's no way on earth he didn't put his own stuff into it, thinking he could improve it.
Well, this is where I'm liking the new writers that are starting to come up recently, coming up with some really clever, interesting stories. And I think if someone else took over, they could never have finished something like Andy Weir's The Martian, or Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary, or what's it called? Daniel something that wrote the Bobby verse.
The Bobiverse, it's no Matt Dinnerman, it's Daniel. Oh
Yeah.
God, what's his name?
It's just like really well-made stories, building a universe, and keeping the characters honest to that universe. There is no
Dennis Taylor.
Yeah, Dennis Taylor. There is no sidestepping. There's no like, oh, this absolutely random thing, and it's just steamrolling across it, destroying everything that was built before.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what I've been listening to while we're at it? I've been also re-listening to all 5 books of Dungeon Crawler Carol again. I'm back onto book 5. And then there's another book has been released from my other series that I love. I'm still waiting for getting all the Bulgarian before I read them, listen to them. But NPCs, Spell, Sword and Sorcery, a new book's dropped. So I picked that up as well. And I'm going to re-listen to that whole series again this month.
Yeah.
So
I will blame this group for one thing, because I recently did re-listen to the Bulgarian and the Malorian.
Mm-hmm.
And because I now have probably more critical mindset, because to have something to talk about, I'm going, it sounds a little bit off, but okay, I'll allow it, because it's still a sword and sorcery, Dungeons and Dragons, princesses, heroes, hero's journey, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Overall, it's still really, really well built.
The thing is, I remember reading the books and I enjoyed them. And since I've read the books, I haven't re-read the books in a good number of years. It could be decades, but I've got them on my list. I just listened to Belgarath the Sorcerer. I've got the Belgariad and the Malorian and Polgarath this to get. So I've got a couple of books from the Belgariad. So as I said, it'll take a couple of months to get all of those books.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of entertainment ahead of you. But
yes,
another thing I will add to that is, if we take just the Bulgarian, it's literally his first big project, or him and his wife's first big project. But there are so many characters that have crucial points, and they have backstories, they have lives, they have wives, they have husbands, they have titles, they have connections with cities and kings and queens.
Nightwind.
Take care, Wind.
Take care, Wind.
Nightwind.
But if we look at, well, our favorite, was it pony to flog or horse to flog? The SDD that exists within Star Trek. They just dumped all stories into a single character and didn't bother spreading them out among others. If you look at TNG, you know everyone that is on the bridge of Star Trek The Next Generation.
Yeah.
You know the background, the story, the families, the fights, the struggles, where they came from, what are the desires. You have a clue about everybody of them. You can even stretch it out to Voyager, where we have it's kind of copy paste from data from Next Generation, but the Doctor, the desire to break out of his confine, to become his own. There is a pattern. There's an arc. There's something to him than just standing in front of the camera and going, yes, no.
I got you.
Yeah, I know it's It's odd these days. The thing that gets me is why is what I find most depressing is I don't know if it's just I only listen to one thing, but every time I don't expect anything to be worth watching. I've got no excitement for anything modern current day.
That was the thing I was going to ask in the beginning of the show when we were talking around it about Marvel Universe. I have several theories, but should we say, straw poll with no real key bullet points. Me personally, I'm fed up now. It's been 2 decades, 20 years of Marvel Universe. I can't care.
Same here.
But there's also the fact that the promo material that is being thrown at me, the Phase 5, I know none of these characters.
Nope.
I have no connections to them. Even following the Marvel Universe, I don't even know who they are. I don't care. It's the same with the Disney's corporate manufacturing a la Mr. Ford from 1910 when he managed to do the industrialized conveyor belt building thing. They just chugging stuff out without actually realizing, are we trying to give this to someone? Because that is how you do a proper business. You figure out who's out there who might be interested in what you got, and then you build it to what their desires would be. You don't just chuck something out, expect 200% return on investment. You have to figure out who could possibly watch this.
They're producing content, not programs.
Mm-hmm.
It's content. It's this thing. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing?
Yeah.
It's quantity over quality.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing that gets me is, okay, so I can understand that you want to have something to bring out. Yeah, okay, you want to bring a little bit of relevance to it, but you start making something relevant in the current day, and its shelf life is 6 months if you're lucky.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how many people in 10 years are going to be going and rewatching any of Marvel Phase 5?
Good point.
You know, how many people are like? Well, how many people might be watching one
in the next year?
Yeah, how many people are likely to be perhaps still watching or rewatching?
What do you think of the way the problem?
What
do you think of the way the problem is that it's like you said, it's like your audience, but their conception of the audience is, well, they're fanboys. They'll watch anything with the title in it. They'll watch anything with these.
But I think this is where Disney, Sony, the whole cabal has misunderstood completely the cinema audience. Yeah. When I was started dating end of the 80s, early 90s, asking a girl out, hey, let's go watch a cinema. It was, let's turn up to the cinema, if the date was agreed upon, of course, but let's turn up to the cinema and see whatever is on. And just explore it. Like the good old American drive-in cinemas that we didn't have over here. Is you turn up, you see what's on, and it's like, okay, I'll pick that one. That looks interesting. Cool movie poster. Know nothing about it because there is nothing like that. That's why they do this whole, what's it called, counterinflation, what film did better. Because back in the 80s, 90s, people came in because they actually got interested by what they saw on the front page of it.
Well, I sometimes wonder if all the, for want of a better phrase,
have a great night, Carol.
Take care, Carol.
I sometimes wonder if for want of a better word, woke marketing is a clever ploy, but then I think, no, they're not that smart. Are they actually trying to lower people's expectations so people go along and say, this wasn't that bad after all, and word of mouth spreads? The only problem with that is it requires enough people to go and sit in the first place for word of mouth to spread. And I don't,
word of mouth counts, but if you went into a cinema today, could you tell the difference between Captain Marvel, whatever the latest MCU stuff is, and a random action film? They all look the same.
Yeah. And the thing is that turning around the film industry, or the TV industry, but certainly more so the film industry, is like turning around an oil tanker. It takes a lot of space.
I happen to know a little bit about vessels at sea, and it's about 25 kilometers to just turn it 90 degrees.
Yeah. So all the film was being made, even if Hollywood and the entertainment industry in general finally gets the message and actually starts making films that people are going to watch, going to want to make money, as Zaslav appears to doing with Warner, it's still going to take 18 months to 2 years before anything worth watching comes out. So they've still got to go along with, because all the stuff they're either going to just stop doing everything they're doing at the moment and have nothing come out, or they're going to have to be doing remakes, reshoots, or whatever, because all the stuff that's in the pipeline, most of the stuff that's in the pipeline at the moment is current day, and therefore is probably has a reasonable chance of being not very successful, shall we say.
I mean, the only kind of comic book movies I'm still interested in is I really liked Wonder Woman, and I am looking forward to the new Wonder Woman, but that's about it. I've kind of had my fill of Marvel.
It'll be interesting to see, I think. See where they take the next Wonder Woman after 84, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm also wondering if hopefully maybe at some point comics are finally going to, movies are finally become the next big thing, and comic movies are going to go back where they belong, not so much in the dark, but but niche rather than mainstream.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that what Young Ripper is doing at the moment, building a company, delivering comic book storytelling and stuff like that, will bring stuff back. I wish, but I know that comic book TV shows, comic book stores are never coming back. They will never, ever be able to compete with Amazon, eBay, whatever it is. And Pete, you're looking very funky at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm loving it. But the last comic book I really went, I'm going all in. Sadly, it got the collection I had got lost in, shall we say, an unfortunate winter. But I discovered a comic book called Witchblade.
Yeah, some of that
was premium printed paper. Even the inside is like what I showed, my pick of the week. It was top-notch quality, and the visuals and everything, the artists, the storytelling, everything was amazing.
What's the Witchblade TV series?
It was Yancey Brown, I think, was heading that one up. But the comic book, the graphics, they were just like, yes. And when you turn the pages, like you turned it carefully. It wasn't like a flimsy inside paper. it was thick, quality paper it was printed on. It cost me something like, was it £9 a month or something where I was growing up? But it was, yes, this is stuff I want. It may not be for everyone, but I loved it. And it was definitely catering to someone that wanted to read a comic book.
I think the only thing I can think of that I'm in any way, shape, or form looking forward to, and that's not going to get me out to the cinema because I haven't done the cinema in literally decades, I think, is June. June Part 2 is, I think, the only thing
Near June, don't make me... Is it wrong? Different June.
Yes, not June.
I'm sorry, PJ. I know you hate the two-parter of it, but I'm happy if there was ever this one that they did, and they never get the green light for the second one to complete the story. This one on its own, I will definitely allow, and I'm someone that have liked June for a long, long time.
Yeah.
This one alone does it so much justice in current year that on that merit alone, even if it's incomplete, it is still spot on.
See, my good is I'm not going to go and pay for half a movie because...
No, I agree. I know what you mean, yeah.
Because...
I agree with all of that.
If they decide that they're just going to save money because they don't really want to actually spend that type of money in a new movie, they're not going to do it. Doesn't matter what they say. And
well, it's not the new movie. They're literally following the old stuff that they've already had.
They're basically cut it in half. If they decide that, well, we're definitely going to do the second part of it. If we don't do the second part, we're not going to lose money. Oh, well, we'll not do the second part then, and that's it. So, I'm no interested.
I'll be fine with that. I'd rather have them not make part 2.
My dogs want.
Look at the weak, kilty, dressy, skirty wearing people running away. Because my point was pretty much toward PJs. I'd rather them not make part 2 and destroy it by bringing in wokeness and nonsense and everything.
I do have some of the rumors I've heard do give me some cause for concern, but I mean, I think the problem with that is, I mean, I agree. I understand exactly where PJ's coming from, but June is something. If you made a film of June, it would be about 8 hours long. We tried to make if you try to make a film of June,
they should have had Peter Jackson on this one.
Yeah.
Can I just say I really liked the Hunger Games movies until they did part 3, and that's when they split it in half, and for me that ruined the film. It was like like the second film, it had a great cliffhanger, and I thought, yeah, I'm revved up for this new one, and the new one was split in 2, so it was like, are they going to cut to the chase or what? I mean, they could have cut out chunks of that and had a much more,
I love the old lady who wrote it. Her books, they were spot on. That was like dystopian. It was like, oh, you're just minions, you're just servants, you serve us, you exist to be around for our entertainment. That kind of level, and she did well in the books, but the film, first one, excellent introduction. Concept is, for anyone that has played Dungeons and Dragons, it is not a new concept. It's been around since like 76, but it's well played and put it to modern stage. Both film and book for the first one. But then it started just wavering down, and I had a feeling that they just split the last one into 2 because they wanted to push for more money. They were already very profitable, and they saw, let's grab some more money because we can.
But I was like that with and also with Harry Potter. I I didn't. As I said, I haven't seen them at the cinema, but I didn't rent them out. Right, so I didn't rent Deathly Hallows Part 1. I rented when Deathly Hallows Part 2 came out. I rented Part 1 and Part 2 and watched them one after the other.
Yeah.
I started doing that with TV shows after. I don't know if it was after the Next Generation season 3 or if I held out until Space Above and Beyond. But I got to it and I recalled the last season, and this is back, well before you had internet. I recalled the last episode of a series and I catch the last little bit before the credit titles, and if it said to be continued, that went on the shelf till the next season came out. And sometimes, most of the time, I'd remember it and I'd watch it when the new season came out. Sometimes I just had lost interest.
Yeah.
Because this is something I've always thought that cliffhanger my personal feeling, cliffhanger endings to a series mean you've got no faith in your product. You don't think your product's good enough to bring people back without a cliffhanger ending.
But I will counter that a bit, Colin, because back in the day when they built the cliffhanger, you had a throwaway cliffhanger.
Yes.
And people might get disappointed because it wasn't a strong one.
Yeah.
But you knew if it was a really strong cliffhanger, there is a next season. You're going to have to wait until the autumn and you will watch. There will be continuation.
I'm different.
You know why the cliffhanger came around, didn't you?
Yes.
It was because most of these serials weren't on TV; they were in cinema.
Yep.
And the flash forward and stuff like that, they always had a cliffhanger because they wanted you to come back next week.
But you knew it was going to be back beyond.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. The cliffhanger wasn't to you hope that it was to bring you back into the cinema for the next week. Because it was going to be filmed for the next week and you knew if it was coming to an end.
Yeah, but it was what I'm saying. There's a difference, but I would say that's an episode cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Okay,
even at the season, they knew fine well there were going to be another one next week, even if it was the end of the season. Because
that's what I'm saying.
They were doing the films like that, and the wee thing that they didn't have the seasons, as it were. It was just a case of
there's a difference between films and TV.
There was 77 episodes. There wasn't any seasons, but the top 20 episodes were maybe filmed in this year. The next 17 were filmed in this year, and the next, and it was that type of thing.
Yeah,
if you look at a lot of old stuff, you'll see episode 79, and you're sitting there going, and it's because it wasn't season by season. It was just
but I mean, I do make a difference between cliffhanger, such as the end of The Best of Both Worlds Part 1. Right? Cliffhanger. Oh shit! Picard's in Bagger. Difference between that and the last scene in season 1 of For All Mankind, where they skip 10 years ahead and you see the Sea Dragon launching. That's not a cliffhanger. That's a teaser for what we hope is going to be the next one. There's a difference between the two there, I think.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, the difference would be a cliffhanger where in soap, Bert is standing there, there's a bright light, and you don't know what happens. No, Bert basically gets to the door where the criminals are waiting for him, and he's about to break in. And it stops, and that's the end of the season. So there's a cliffhanger. But that season never came back. So that ended on a cliffhanger. Because they were hoping they would get another season based on the cliffhanger at the end of the season.
Well, I mean, I know exactly why I put on the starters, and it's something we're going to be talking about in the near future. Space Above and Beyond.
Yep.
Ended on a cliffhanger, never came back.
I know, unfortunately.
After that, that's it. That's it. Forget it. Sorry. No, I can't trust you to bring it back.
Yep.
I'm not. Sorry. You're going to give me a cliffhanger. I'm going to wait until I know it's going to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what I like the best cliffhanger? It was in Doctor Who Dragonfire.
Oh, no.
Literally cliffhanger, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, poor Sylvester.
Actually, I want to bring it back to Space Above and Beyond, because most sci-fi shows, most TV shows, and this is building off Predator that we just talked about Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah.
In Space Above and Beyond, you actually have, for the longest time, fear of the enemy, the chinks. Sorry, YouTube. I didn't mean anything about that.
Hey,
It's
Chigs.
chink
What's
in
wrong with
an
that?
armor.
Chigs. It's short for chiggers. It's chigs,
Yes.
not chinks. CHIGS.
Yeah.
It's short for chiggers, which is a type of insect.
Yes. Well, yeah, you're correct on that one.
I
But
was doing-
it was borderline. It was even discussed back in the day. This is 98, 99 somewhere. But I think we get to episode 7 or something before we start to properly know that, hey, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Okay, I got a point about Predator. Just realized, I know PJ made a PJ was like really critical of the finale where the helicopter landed. I just realized why it landed.
Yes.
When explosion happened, you saw like the front bit of the front cockpit actually blow out. The radio blew out. This blew out. So they had to land because the copter was down. It was compromised, and also because like obviously if it was smoking, then it was giving away a position which was going to attract attention to the rebels. So they had to land. That's why they landed.
Ah, see, well, there you go. I never even noticed that one, I must admit.
You see, I have more people on my side than on your side, PJ.
I know, but I always found that you always find more wrong thinkers than right thinkers in our game.
If I wanted your opinion, I'll give it to you.
Yes,
Oh,
I know.
and,
It's terrible.
a thing about the season cliffhangers, I feel like I think there came a point in the 90s, probably because of Star Trek Next Generation, where it was like it became a competition. Like you had to kind of get the viewers back, so you had to have a big cliffhanger to draw them back. So I think maybe that's where it started, where it wasn't just they'd come back for more of the fun stuff. But
back in the day, it's not like it is now, because the legacy doesn't know what to do to compete against the streaming services. And the streaming services, they're literally exploring the unknown land. They have no clue what will hit, what will not hit, but they're depending on people watching whatever is coming out within the first 28 days, the first 4 weeks. If someone's holding back and say, I'm going to binge watch it, but I have so many things I'm going to watch, that you're watching it week 5, your view count doesn't hit toward their budget goals or everything. We just had the big fluffle this week. Friday Night Tights talked about a vampire TV show. I didn't even know it existed.
But it's not made for us.
It's not made for us. Exactly. So, one, how would I ever have found it? I have not seen it. I don't know if it's actually good. I agree with, I think it's the Kortrig. He was saying, I like the premise. It's like, yes, I would definitely watch. But he watches stuff like that, and he said, I was like, I never heard about it until it got cancelled.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, I'm sorry. No, I'm not an I'm not an istophobe. It's just whatever it is that you've made, it's not made for me.
Yeah,
that's my. But the thing is, it's like does it not occur to these people that if they're not getting many views, then obviously a lot of people feel that this stuff's not made for them. So
look at this panel, and I'm not accusing anyone of being, shall we say, a little bit rusty, but we grew up on a certain kind of cartoons and everything, a certain kind of storytelling. What they're producing today is for people 20 years our junior,
At least
it's not meant for us. And we're the audience that can actually spend money. Just look at the background behind PJ. How much money has he not spent collecting stuff that he really loves?
Me, I don't spend money. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. My wife knows that people give me this stuff.
Sorry, I forgot you were Scottish.
Well, no, an audience should aim. Sorry, filmmakers should aim for a general audience. So it's like it's not exclusively for it, but it's also
see when they're saying it's
for every
not
generation.
made for us. What they're saying is we have got a very specific person we're making it for. So you're not that person. Whereas they should be saying, maybe it's made for you if you looked at it. It's not made for you. They're saying, have you looked at it to see if it is made for you? Not saying you shouldn't watch it. They're saying, give it a try. If it might be made for you. So they're making it general so that people can like it or not. But if you don't like it, it's not. If you don't like it because it's not made for you,
They're basically writing it for such a narrow audience,
exactly.
Which is why they keep failing.
Yeah.
If they wrote it a little bit better, a little bit more open, I might be more open to, shall we say, the woke nonsense. Although I would doubt it, but I might actually have more sympathy and more understanding. That hey, okay, this is the story you want to hear. You actually open it up enough so that I could go, okay, this sounds interesting. I could listen to it. I could watch it. I could put it up on the big screen. But most new TV shows that comes out, I have multiple windows on my big screen and everything. And it's like, if there's a new TV show on Netflix, I put it in the background. I just listen to it. I don't even watch it. I just listen to it. And if I start hearing the usual buzzwords, like what was it? As did the review. What was it? The Batwoman TV show or whatever it was, and I was just, it's like, nope, this is not for me. It's like, you're useless. There is nothing here. I did the same with Star Trek Discovery.
If I watch a TV program and they describe it by saying it's inclusive, I go off. Or they say it's diverse, I go off. And it doesn't matter what else the story is about. If they can't tell me what the story is,
buzzword comes out,
because it's
I'm
got
out.
this person in it, it's got this type of person in it, it's got that type of person in it, it's for this type. Sorry, I'm out. Tell me what the story's about. I don't care about the tick boxes. Those are and as soon as you mention the tick boxes as if that is the main thing, then you think it's not for me. I'm out. I don't even give it a chance.
It's what they don't understand. That's what they don't get. I mean, I suspect it's a little bit akin to like everything else, where they have to change a language for meanings of words. They are making things in their minds. If one tries to be a little bit fair, they're doing the right thing. They're being just and kind, and they're making things for what's the word I'm looking for? Not oppressed. Oppressed minorities.
Yeah.
Right.
Corporate drones. Sorry.
No,
Anyway,
no. I know what you're saying. No, they're corporate. No, what in their minds, they're making things for underrepresented minorities. Okay, fine. Before you actually target your thing at this specific group, I would recommend you look in a dictionary that actually explains to you what the word minority actually means, as to the size of the audience you are targeting it at.
You get a reply
I will just put this up again, and I hate to repeat the fact that we just went through Predator, but look at the casting. Austrian, African American, Asian, definitely south of Texas. You do have a generic, but I would consider him maybe Californian. And this is not to cast dispersion on the Americans, but there is a massive diversity in that cast, and it wasn't put in to just be, oh, hey, we're ticking a box.
Well, this is the dumbest thing. that gets me. I mean, like these things. Excuse me. With the current crop, apparently, I mean, I haven't been a comics person for literally decades, but from what I hear and read about and see, diversity. Okay, if you want, okay, to go another way for the same thing. I remember having from the first episode, the New Mutants and the New Teen Titans. Both of those, I would love to have seen TV shows and series of. Not the stuff that came out recently, because both of those were actual organically diverse. They were young. Both series were teenage, and in fact, one or two characters sub-teenage when they first started growing up. And yet these days, it seems the only way you can do, you put diversity in a comic is you make it about one very, very, very specific dynamic. And then you wonder why no one buys it.
Well, let's look at the Predator, as you said. The Predator, they actually says, right, we need to create a cast of not Marines, Special Forces guys, whatever, right? But it's for Army, right? So we've got Army, right? The girl in it needs to look Mexican because it's set in South America. So they've got a tick they need to fill in. It has to be female and it has to have this particular look. The rest of them, who would look good in those roles? He's good, and he auditioned, and he's great. He's in.
But again,
he's in. They didn't go, oh well, you see, we've already got two white guys. They didn't do that. They went, he's good in these type of roles. He wants to do the part. We'll have him.
But
thing. People didn't go. You've got colour guys in there, and you've got
a black one. We've got a brown one. We've got a gay one. We've got a lesbian. We've got a cross-dressing one. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Now that's what they do. It's a case of they go right. We now want you look at the casting now. If they want to do Predator, the original Predator, and they've got an actor who wants to do it, they'll say, right, we've got Arnold Schwarzenegger. Right, it's his vehicle. Right, we'll need to surround him. Right, there needs to be a woman in it. What do you mean, a woman in it? Why can't there be 3 or 4 in the Special Forces?
And they've all got to put him down.
Yeah, and they're the ones that are in charge. He's just the guy that carries he's the guy that carries the minigun. And it's these ones that take him down. He's just one of the ones that survive. And that's what the tick boxes start coming in. And it's the case of, well, those two actors are real good, but we can't have him because he doesn't fit this category. He does. But
this is where it goes so wrong. Can anyone on this panel, and I know you will get this in a heartbeat, Vasquez, have you ever been mistaken for a man?
No, have you? Yeah.
And that was 1979.
Did you see
86?
Did you see the Twitter? Did you see Twitter?
Sorry,
Did you see the criticism on Twitter? People are criticising Prey and the girl who took out the Predator. A small girl taking out this Predator who can take out these professionals. Nobody complained when this wee woman who came out of Thingy took on this xenomorph which could eat predators for lunch. Nobody complained that she did, and she was quite small.
Because she did it with equipment she had.
Ripley was badass.
It was also the fact that and somebody says it wasn't the fact that she was female, it was the fact that she had a good story. It could have been a good story with a male, good story with a female. It wouldn't have mattered because it was a good story. Just so happened that he was the one that survived. If it was the story actually had a better story at one of the guys.
But I have the same feeling. If you watch Alien through and through, Ripley, in my mind, having followed the story, she was lucky to get
Yes.
her butt out of that situation. It wasn't skill, it was luck.
Absolutely.
But they're basically talking about the Predator and the new one. I heard that. I haven't seen it. I'm just hearing what some people have said. They're saying that yes, she did the final blow. However, her brother and the guy that it took out did a lot of damage with bows and spears before she did the final blow to it. I don't know, but if yes, so in effect, what they're saying is she got lucky because all the troops, the fighters in the tribe, did a lot of damage, and she was just the one that survived and did the final blow.
She got the coup de grace.
Yeah, so it's I don't know, but yeah, so she got lucky as well, and that's suppose why people are saying it's good, even though the ending is a bit silly. But in effect, they're not saying that she took it on and she was the one throwing it around the jungle. She basically just landed lucky, like Arnold Schwarzenegger did. With that's
what you were saying again about Predator, and even when they decided, yes, they needed to have a Hispanic female character, they knew the character was going to be female. It was Hispanic because it was set in South America.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tick box.
Exactly.
It was an appropriate character to the setting. Whereas these days, I can't remember if it was Az or I think I'm in Critical Thinker used to use the phrase. How many characters these days could you describe as diversity hire X, diverse female X, diverse Y? As basically, I mean, like what's the name on the Supreme Court? Judge diversity hire.
Right.
How many characters these days could you just call diversity hire characters?
There's plenty of them, but I'll give you an example as well. The way it looks, based on how they've actually been doing it, it's just my supposition. I don't know for fact. I'm just basing it in supposition. We'll take a mini UN, right? So they need 10 people round the table. One of them represents Africa. They'll say, right, it has to be a black man or a woman. They'll go, right, tick box, no problem. Right, it's somebody from Japan. Right, it has to be an Asian man or woman. Tick box. Then we're going to have someone from the Middle East. It has to be an Arab-looking man or woman. Tick box. Right, we're going to have somebody from France. Okay. Do you want a black woman, a black man, a Chinese woman, a Chinese man? And they would do that for America. They would do that for England. And it would be a case of, well, the predominant is white, so it has to be a white man or woman. They would go, right, so it probably be a black man or woman for America. And then for France, it could be a black man or woman. Tick. It could be a black man or woman or a Pakistani man or woman. Tick.
The one thing you can't be
white. Is because they wouldn't actually think, well, you might have somebody white who is a politician in Africa. No. Africa is mainly black, so it has to be black because it's more appropriate for that. And you're saying, well, surely the most appropriate for Britain, if Britain is 70 or 8%, I can't remember, I think it's higher, percent white, then surely, no, that doesn't count. It doesn't count because you don't want to say, oh, well, we're whitewashing that one.
Well, I picked up on some. I was watching a video on Lotus Eater's podcast channel, not the channel, on the YouTube, where Carl had actually, I don't know where it was, he was doing a talk somewhere, a shortish video, he only put on a couple of days ago, and it was talking to some people in a pub. And I don't know what this background, but he picked up a face, and I thought, okay, no, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm an anti-colonial indigenous supremacist. Because I'm an indigenous person to this country.
Hey, well, see, there's
indigenous people to this country. The colonists are the ones coming over here from abroad. You want to decolonize this country? Fine, get rid of the people that aren't indigenous. I'm not white supremacist.
You look at what they're saying.
Colin,
you look at what the
I'm one of those coming here conquering the country, but I came here
Yeah.
because I wanted the British culture, and
in which case,
I'm 100% aboard with what John Cleese said. I'm outside of London, but I'm close enough.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I
yeah.
know that if I go a little bit west, I have the country villages, the country pubs, the British food, the wellies, going out walking with your Yorkshire dogs, all of that. But the closer I go to London,
voice he's talking about used to.
And to be quite honest, I mean, but that's kickbackish, if you like. I'm Indigenous English. I would say, with you, and if you have kids here, your kids will you then become British because you've grown up in the culture, you've adopted the culture culturally rather than national racist. It's coming, and it's lit. I mean, it literally. I come up with that is literally as a kickback phrase. I'm not intending to be, I mean, I, as far as anybody that wants to come and live in this country and live in this country as British, okay, fine, great. If the same as
Citizen Can was perfect for that.
Yeah, I mean the same as I would, for example, say that the revert or the same thing. I would, for example, say that for example, something like the Costa del Sol. I don't know, but certainly for quite a long time, the Costa del Sol, I think it was in Spain, was an English colony.
Yeah,
and people out there know if you're going to go and live in that country, you learn to speak the language and you learn to adapt to and adopt the culture. Because other than that,
I can't even take a dancing class here in UK without having to go through tons of documents throughout the Prevent Act. And I know this might be foreign to people outside of UK, but you literally, if you go for any evening class or something, you want to train, you want to learn, you want to figure something out. I just used dancing because that was one of the things I did, so I could learn a little bit.
Twinkle Toes Jim the Viking.
Yeah, Mr. Two Left Shoes thing. But even taking a dancing lesson here in UK, you have to sign through the whole thing of I'm not radicalized, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, and yes, I'm aware I have to report if I see suspicious stuff. I find it really bizarre, but I also understand it because I've seen the conflict. I understand a lot of the UK history quite well, strangely enough. The troubles, the Friday agreements,
your ancestors were involved in quite a lot of it.
Yes.
Well, the fear these days
I'm here because I want to be here.
Yeah.
Well, the fear these days is less about the Irish trouble starting again and more about the, well, obviously Al Qaeda, ISIS types, scum vermin.
Yeah. I mean, and
see the point I was going to make, right? You look at America. There's a big drive about the reparations for the indigenous population, the American Indian, right?
Yes.
In Australia, there's a big drive for reparations for the indigenous, the Aboriginals. And there's other countries around the world that's the same idea about the indigenous. However, you never hear once about the indigenous people in the country that they're wanting to actually destroy the culture of.
No, you don't.
I'm not talking about Americans. So the American friends and we're talking about like Britain. So if they're going down the indigenous, what one of us is indigenous? I'm half Scottish, quarter Irish, and a quarter Italian. So I give myself reparations because the Italians came into Britain and try to capture my ancestors as slaves. So I had to give reparations back to myself because the Italian sides had slaves and the British sides were the ones that were caught for slaves.
Well, come on. How can this discussion possibly be bringing in these bots again?
Yeah.
They
there should be nothing that they could hook on to.
We see a lot. I see a lot of them in Daniel's chat. I moderate for Daniel's chat, and they're always popping up.
I know. See, Mr. Brown keeps on telling us when I'm setting up the stream, I should actually do it in such a way that only subscribers can do it. But the last time I did that, I messed up the stream. Remember?
Can you do it in slow mode, because that lets any one particular post to put something in every 15 or 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, I think I have to do that in this.
I mean, this is one of the things that annoys me immensely, and I mean, no offense to our American friends here whatsoever, but we have, but a lot of the problems in this country are imported. Well, they're exported from the French to America, and they're imported from America because of America's particular history. And America's particular history is a troubled history. They admitted themselves, but it's not our history. PJ, most of us on this channel, in fact, until recently, were paying income tax. We've recently stopped paying off.
I think it was 2016.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with that one, don't you?
Paying tax for a decade in the UK.
Yeah, and 6 years ago or so, our income tax actually finally stopped paying off the debt we incurred for getting rid of the slave
trade. Yeah, and they basically don't treat that, but after all, we're bad British.
Yeah,
because, and it's basically people died basically doing that. But that doesn't count. It doesn't matter.
This is one of the things why one thing I'm not sure, I probably won't watch, but it might actually be interesting to see. Is there's a film coming out called The Male, what's it? The Male Queen? No, The Female King, with John Boyega. And apparently it's about the Kingdom of Dahomey and Benin. I can't remember. I think it's something fighting off European colonial oppression. Absolutely
that sounds
correct.
oddly familiar with something I know from Scandinavian history. Because
let's put it this way. Now, the colonial oppression we're talking about is we told them to stop selling slaves.
Yes.
This is the colonial oppression they were fighting against. We went in and said, look, we know you're a fan of ours, but could you please stop enslaving your neighbours and selling them? And the king's answer was, but it's the glory of my nation. My parents send their children to sleep, literally quoting from him, or slightly paraphrasing, because I can't remember. Parents send their children to sleep with stories of their enemies being enslaved.
Yep.
And we went in and colonialist oppressions that we were made them stop doing it.
This is where I think, I didn't flunk history. It was just that my history teacher was also my math teacher.
Oh.
And I just told him, why do I know X plus 1 and plus Y squared means something? I understand if I really want to solve something complicated, I might need it. But can you tell me where I need it in real life? And he just flunked me on all the classrooms that he was in charge of.
Right, guys, I've turned mode on, and could somebody try and make sure it's working by posting something in the chat?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of big boxes in the public chat. So PG maybe turned on subscriber only mode.
Yeah.
Perfect. Matthew's actually just posted one since. Thank you. It's just I turned slow mode on and said subscribers only can actually do it. So I know how to do it midstream. So what I'll do is next week or Wednesday when we're doing it, we'll fire it up straight away.
But now we're gonna miss out on all those viewer points.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, another thing is
Don't
they
get
won't.
miss out on all those viewer points.
Yeah,
Who's got an echo on?
That was me. I was just checking it in the other screen to see how it represents on that. So, but there you go. I'm just coming near the end. We actually fix the fucking thing. I know it sounds silly.
Yeah, I have a few things lined up that I definitely want to watch this evening. I know I didn't get to cover my watch this week.
What have you watched this week? What have you been
Well,
watching?
I will keep it to one, and it's just because I still had a boy crush on the man. I don't know how to describe it, but everybody knows Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yes.
And I just watched a film recently with him that was called The Last Mercenary. And I don't know how to best describe it and keeping it short because we'll do this for about 5 more minutes, probably, PJ. But it's The Last Mercenary. And he's being a Liam Neeson, but they managed to make a very compelling storyline around it.
Yeah, I have a very special set of skills.
No, it's on the twist side, and it's something that's causing him hurt and harm. So he had a family, but he was also CIA trained. But something happened, so he gets split up because the mission didn't succeed. So he got forcefully separated from his wife and his daughter. And this is about him reconnecting. Actually, it's not daughter, it's actually his son. I watched this Monday, so my memory is a bit hazy. But regardless, it's quite cleverly built in terms of the government forced you apart, and the government told Jean-Claude Van Damme's character, if you ever go near them, you'll be in deepest, darkest dungeon, Area 52. That whole shebang.
Yeah.
And I liked it because it's international. They sometimes literally switch to speaking French. They don't do the usual classics like, oh, this is a lowbrow action film. It's like different languages, different skill sets. You get to learn a lot about why is Jean-Claude Van Damme's character Liam Neeson, so to speak. I think it's an unfair comparison, but it was enjoyable. But it is still Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits and the action moves and everything that you know that he used to do 3 decades ago.
Yeah, hold on. I think my dog's choking.
There was I remember there was a series called, I think it was called Las Vegas, with James Caan, Cheryl Ladd, amongst others in it. I'm trying to pick it up. And Jean-Claude Van Damme guest starred in that as himself, and he was killed as himself in that show. But they then added things like, no, Jean-Claude Van Damme's were actually killed with the making of this show. In one particular episode, but I think it was called Las Vegas, because it had the guy who was, I'm trying to remember, I think it had Cheryl Ladd in it. I'm pretty certain it had James Caan. It had the guy, Joshua Hamill, I think his name is, who was one of the main characters in movies, I think.
I'm not sure. They sound vaguely familiar, but again, trying to find new stuff to watch and remembering all the stuff you watched.
I mean, it's an old show.
Yeah, But I just want to say it's getting blurry because I as soon as you guys start mentioning things, oh yeah, I did watch that. But when was that? Like 85 or stuff like that? But no, I would say The Last Mercenary is a very recent film by Jean-Claude Van Damme. I was not disappointed. It's not the best, but considering current content, it's above the chef.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah, there's
sorry.
Yeah, there's not that much on. I tend to watch. Excuse me. I tend to watch. Yeah, 2003 to 2008, Las Vegas.
I'll have to look that one up.
It was one of these sort of drama series, I think, with a bit of humour in it as well. I think it was reasonably light drama, if I remember right. I think they ran a casino.
But Stupid Dog was actually, he's got a bit of a chew and he'd eaten too much of it, so he kept going. But every time he actually spat it out, he just brought it back in and started chewing it again. Nutcasey, a dog. But had to just make sure he actually wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
So, nutcase dogs. Do you realise, guys, I'm at 112 subs.
I know.
Hey!
I know.
Congratulations.
112. I thought it was 212.
Sorry, 212. Yes.
Yeah.
And basically, I was so used to. I was expecting. I went up to the 200 yesterday, and suddenly I've got another load. And obviously, I'm actually people like me. See, Daddy, people like me.
People keep subscribing to us, so we're clearly doing something wrong. And I definitely recommend that we continue doing that.
Yeah, 211. So we are.
It must have been that big Duke out on Wednesday.
Yep. It was actually Wookiees. That's what it was.
As Roman says,
not only that, but that's 3 of those this evening because it was 208, and I just refreshed it on YouTube and it's gone up to 211. But then again, how many of those are actually the spammers?
Numbers is numbers, and the more numbers you get.
Can anybody think of any Cockney rhyming singers? Who? Chaz and Dave? Who? Anybody else that type of thing?
Well, I know a little bit, Chaz and Dave.
Any other ones you could think of?
I'm about as lost as Roman would be when it comes to Cockney rhyme.
Because I can only think of things like Chaz and Dave, maybe the Barred Knights, but they're not really Cockney rhyming slang.
No, they're not.
They're basically, it's the same as you couldn't put Jethro because his is more West Country.
Well, I understand that most Cockneys these days have been pushed out to Essex anyway, so.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh, come on, don't tell me they're going Towie.
No, more like they're being shoved out of the East End. Ian Jury and the Blockheads, how about that?
That would work. Just that somebody'd ask basically the Right Said Fred, the type of Cockney song like that.
Cockney Rebel.
Oh, about Right Said Fred. I know you definitely saw them on the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, I was just about going to say that.
Yeah, but
These were
just
amazing.
not Right Said Fred as in the group, as in Right Said Fred as in the Bernard Cribbins song. That's very Cockney.
They kind of interlinked now.
Yeah, they're very Cockney ones. So somebody was asking about other ones, and I could only think of Chaz and Dave, but I couldn't think of anybody else. So I've just put Chaz and Dave. Madness would work as well. See, Madness is one of the few. I wouldn't say I've got the DVD anymore. I used to have the DVD, but it's one of the few things that I've got on my phone, because driving in my car or Funhouse or I just love Madness. Baggy trousers, dirty shirts, wearing hair and eating dirt. You know what I mean?
Our house.
Yep. Our house. In the middle of our street, our house is our castle and our keep.
Do you want to know something funny?
I like driving in my car. I actually sing that when I'm driving in my car because I like driving.
Is there not anyone else on this chat suddenly realizing that PJ is bringing out his absolute hardcore music knowledge and still says, I don't know about music?
I don't know about music, but basically, I listen to
but whatever you say before "but," it doesn't count.
Yeah, but when I was growing up, there was very few things I listened to: Blondie and Madness and
What
Bad
about the Jam?
Still good choices, PJ.
Eating Rifles was okay, but I didn't really like the Jam. I was a mod. When
I prefer Marmalade to Jam myself.
But I was a mod, so the Who and Jam I listened to. But
Hey, they were a pop group as well.
Yeah, but
now I'm fully expecting you to come up with unlaced army boots whenever we meet up at a Comic-Con in the future.
I've got my dog boots, but in my later life I became a rocker because I had my Harley. When I was younger, I had the two-tone tie, the fishtail Parker, the lot. In my older youth, I had the leather jacket, the Harley Davidson, and all that. So it was.
I knew there was a reason I liked you the first moment we started speaking.
I've got my Doc Martin boots. I've got my Doc Martin shoes. I've got 3 pair of Doc Martens. So
PJ,
yeah.
Here's another one for you. The specials.
Oh, the specials with Bananarama.
Funboy 3.
Funboy 3. The specials, Bananarama, Funboy 3. I'm trying to remember the specials. Because I used to have a wee pork pie hat. I actually had a pork pie hat until, believe it or not, the day the Wayne was born. Because as I was travelling down to London, I left it at the airport and I never went back and got it.
Oh, well, all you guys and your modern music.
Yeah, well, some of us actually can't actually play a harpsichord and stuff like that.
No, I can't play music either, but the older I get, the older my music taste goes. At the moment, it's 13th century, 14th century.
Well, my music taste is basically, at the moment, it's soundtracks. No soundtracks, themes. So, like, for instance, I like good Western movie opening themes, or the Star Wars theme, or Star Trek theme. It's just basically that. So I don't care about all the other music around it. Just those ones.
I've got a few records back when I used to collect them. I've got sort of
the Lone Ranger. He works for the council.
I've got sort of war movie tracks and.
Yep, some stuff like that. Basically, I've got a couple of DVDs, and it's movie and TV themes. So,
Starker, you still with us?
It's falling asleep. But it's yes, music is not thing me, but I did sort of. When I was in school and just leaving school, I was a mod. So, but I listened to Blondie, I listened to Madness. They were my 2 favourites. But yes, Bad Manners, specials, Funboy 3, Bananarama, stuff like that. Even when Debbie Harry went on a Todd and did some stuff, I had the album for that.
I just shared the link with you, Colin.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just seeing it.
Yeah, I think you will appreciate it.
what I know, or I used to know, I used to sing, I used the phrase loosely. We used to do in about 6 different languages. Although technically at least 2 of those were English, just different period languages of English.
That reminds me, Colin, when we come to write the second book, do we have to put in the words for that tongue back then, native tongue back then, or shall we just leave it as it is?
It changed quite a bit.
Yeah, it's
You're
just
talking you're talking everything from
Remember, if you're actually doing a book and about that, you can't actually just put it in without having a translation for it.
Yeah. Well,
you're literally talking everything from late classical Latin all the way up through Celtic, with what would it be called? Brythonic, I think.
Yeah.
Then you've got Germanic coming in. You've got several different Germanic languages coming in. With the Anglos and the Saxons bringing in Germanic languages. You've then got Northern Germanic languages coming in with the Danes and the Norse and what we tend to call the Vikings. You've then got the French. You've then got Norman French.
Yep.
Coming in, and I'm sorry, I don't care what they say. William the Conqueror wasn't French; he was a Norseman. He was 3 generations Norseman. He's never been invaded by the French. But there's a reason it's called Normandy.
Yep,
it's Men of the North.
Yeah.
So you've got
George Norman owned it.
That's the one. You've got Norman French, which it's pretty French.
Well, I just want to say one thing. This is like a sort of an announcement. Me and Colin would like to invite you and everybody in the chat, if I can pass it through YouTube, to do a watch along of Excalibur, if we get a chance.
Now that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
The thing about watch-alongs that I've found is, yes, you can watch it, but as long as it can't be seen or heard on the actual on YouTube itself.
Yeah, well, we're going to be doing a watch along with Excalibur and doing our own commentary about it or something.
Yeah.
I think it would be transformative enough because I've seen so many reaction film videos and clips and everything.
I will probably be biting my tongue for about 95% of the film.
Yeah, I know you will. Alec, when are you doing the All Mankind thing? It's not Tuesday coming; it's a week on Tuesday, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, good. It's just because I'm terrible with dates, and I'm OCD with certain things, but things like adding stuff to my calendar. I've got 4 different calendars, and I don't know what one to use, so I just don't use them all in case I make a mistake. It'll actually go me crazy.
I've got 2 shows planned for this month. We've got the talk about All Mankind, but on the 30th, me and my friend Mitch from the what I forgot the bloody name of their podcast.
Where, what, when, and how?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Dragon Ball. Also, let's just say the company Team 4 Stars Dragon Ball. But Colin's not going to be involved because he wouldn't understand what we're on about.
That's okay. I'm with you, Colin. I wouldn't understand.
Yes, but the one thing I am looking forward to on September the 30th is Space 1999, the discussion.
Yeah.
And Wendy, if you're watching this video, I would like to invite you and Darren to do.
Oh, Matthew! Oh, I've got that. I've got to carry on with that. I've watched the first episode of that one. Oh, that was, yeah.
Very good.
Oh, Matthew, I've got that downloaded. I've got the first couple of them, unfortunately, very low quality, but I think I've seen the first one. But yes, excellent series. I could possibly recommend, mate, I don't know if you have any interest in listening to these things, but I've got a series of lectures from
TTS, is it?
It's a Great Courses Plus, but I think they now call themselves Wondrium. The best way to do this, I was going to say, best way to do this, check out a Lindy Bage video, use his link because you get because he's sponsored by them and you get free downloads. And it's called, this particular one is called the King Arthur in Myth and Legend. And it's 24 lectures, and it's literally follows the myth of King Arthur from the 5th, 6th century origin all the way up to Camelot 3000, the comic, including things such as Excalibur.
See, I've got some of the great courses. I've got the How Great Science Fiction Works.
Yep, got that one.
I've got, where is the other ones? I've got Human Prehistory and the First Civilization.
Not sure I've got that one or not.
And I've got Rome and the Barbarians.
Got that.
And I've got a couple others, but I can't find them. It's just they're all catalogued different places.
Oh, I've got a disc full of them, literally.
The Peloponnesian War and the Emperors of Rome. That's two I've got.
If you're into, I mean, most of the ones that this lot here are by Dorsey Armstrong, she's actually, or she was editor, for example, of the Arthuriana magazine. She's an Arthurian scholar, and she's also a scholar of Caxton and early printing. She's very good, but most of them, all of the ones I've come across from the Great Courses and another company called the Modern Scholar, are very good. Despite the fact, and again, no offense to my friends across the pond, the attitude we tend to have them at that level, they are very, very good for this sort of stuff. I mean, I've got science stuff, I've got history stuff, unsurprisingly, I've got language stuff.
Yeah, well, the history one, the Great Courses, the Human Prehistory. I've got the audio, and I've also got the video of the courses. It's the same for the origins of great ancient civilizations and the World War I and the Great War. I've got those ones, and I've got them in video as well as audio. I came across a load of them when I was actually doing my Tortuga stuff, and I just, I'll have them.
What? I was going to say, this is a port in that sea.
Yeah.
That's a port in that. That's a very, very good port in that sea. But yeah, they are. I mean, I used to listen to the radio a lot. Anywhere I drove, I'd listen to the radio.
Listen to the radio.
Yep. Then a few years ago now, I discovered audiobooks and audio lectures. And I was doing a show in the wilds of Norfolk at Castle Rising, which was about 3 hours plus travel. And I was in there, and at this point I was unsophisticated, and I had a USB stick, I think, in the car, listening to a series of lectures on late medieval Britain. I don't think I've had the radio on since.
Oh, once you can do that, it's basically the radio just is a pain.
Yeah, I mean that's what my phone is for now. Mainly, my phone is for listening to things. When I'm going driving, when I'm shopping.
Yep.
I'm listening to either downloaded YouTube videos or lecture series or audio books. Or Big Finish.
Well, Big Finish is the big one that I use mine for, and because it's linked to my Alexa account, I basically, when I'm in the house, when I'm not doing anything, watching YouTube or anything, I just get you-know-who to actually play my book. Don't want to say it because you'll start playing my book.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get your book now. Stop listening to me when I'm not talking to you.
I used to
Alexa,
when I was,
play PJ Maybe's Most Naughtiest Audiobook.
That's assuming that I've used the word that word in minds, because
Yeah, I woke up.
you woke up. You woke up your own.
Yeah.
Mine actually gets switched off because I don't know how many times it's actually. Sorry, that. Do you want that added to your shopping list? No.
I don't have anything like that anyway. I've got a dumb house, and I'm happy with it.
I see. I've got a smart house. I've just got a dumb user.
Yeah. Picnic again.
Yes, definitely.
No, I do this. I mean, I used to when I used to work on building sites. I used to be listening to audiobooks and that all the time. But since I've not been doing that,
I was
I haven't
on the
listened.
building sites, because you know what it's like in a building site. Because I was the labourer, so I was moving back.
So was I.
Aye, and you hear somebody shouting, "Move your ass!" and you can't hear them.
Oh yeah, I was fortunate. Yeah, I mean, I was most of the time I was on the gate actually, so I was okay. But I did further.
No, I was basically, my old man was a tile man, and basically we used to actually we did Fort George, retiled it, and when you're going backwards and forwards with pallet trucks and stuff like that, and you hear somebody shouting, you jump out of the way.
Yeah.
So no headphones when I was working.
Well, yeah, I must admit I had to be careful with those at times, but
yeah. But
but certainly, definitely for driving. To say driving, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, when I'm driving, mine is always on when I'm in the car. It's only when somebody's in the car with me, I switch it off.
But hopefully next week, if I'm driving down to Wales next week, I shall hopefully have something on then. Because I can also just plug the phone into the car and keep the phone charging as I go as well.
Well, that's exactly it. I plug mine in and it's always charging. So, but if you're looking for books, it really depends on because I know certain people like certain books. See, if you're looking for a Dungeons and Dragons type book, is the best one is NPC to start off the series. That's Spell, Sword and Sorcery. That is a fantastic premise in that book. If you like something a bit more sci-fi and you like the Star Trek, Red Shirts by John Scalzi.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That is fantastic. If you like something with a bit more science in it, the Bobiverse by
I've got those. I've got those on my Kindle.
Yeah, well, the Bobiverse is great. It's listening to as well.
If you like the Bobiverse, I would definitely recommend pointing you towards Andy Weir's The Martian and Project Hail Mary. He had a separate one that wasn't science. He was actually just trying to describe the view of, shall we say, a rogue-like character, like a thief, a hustler, still having to do a little bit of science-y-ish, but it wasn't focused on that. It was more focused on the thief part of it.
And
Andy Weir's The Martian and the Project Hail Mary.
And if you like a good war space opera, Ark Royal by Christopher.
Oh, they're fantastic. Anything by Christopher Nuttall.
Yeah.
I first came across Christopher Nuttall because I mean, either Ark Royal or, if you want a slightly more military, go for the bollocks, my brain switched off, the Marines one. My brain's completely switched off on what they're called.
The Marines one?
Yeah, the Space Marine. It's a Fall of Earth and
is that the one?
The Empire's Core. The Empire's Core. The Empire's Core split. The first few are in the series, and then it kind of alternates between the main characters and other characters. But I first came across him because he did a couple of, I think it's still unofficial fan fiction novels for John Ringo's Porcelain War series,
Yeah.
And he did ones. He did the porcelain invasion in Britain, and he started off and finishes off with quotes from War of the Worlds. 7 of his characters' names. He has a characters named Benton. There's a Leslie Stewart in there.
Guys, I'm gonna have to check out.
Okay, mate.
Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be
Thanks for having
finishing
me.
shortly anyway.
Yeah, I'm following Sadako gracefully.
Yes, I think what we'll do is we'll
I
start
need to have
winding this up
dinner
anyway.
despite it's past midnight, so
Yes,
it's technically
21, yes.
breakfast.
Well, it's only breakfast if you've been to sleep, I think.
Oh, I'm definitely taking a power nap very soon, but I would probably finish the food first. But yeah.
Right, well, guys, thank you for joining us, and anybody's welcome to join us Wednesday for Snatch. Is the movie?
The Germans.
It's not sure what your day started talking about.
Bye, guys. Bye, guys.
Right,
You have an amazing evening, guys. Catch you on Wednesday.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Jim.
Take care, everyone.
And then there was 4, 3,
3,
2, 1. Thunderbirds. I'll go.
Aye.
Yeah.
We're going to finish shortly anyway, but because it's 20 to 1 and I was flagging an hour and a bit ago. But yeah, the Christopher Nuttall stuff is I really like his stuff.
Well, he did that one, which is the basics of the porcelain war basically is an alien invasion thing. It's very well done. Modern weapon. There's a lot, if you like Starship Troopers type things, there's a lot of that in it as well.
Oh, do you know another one that's good? Is the John Scalzi, is it
Old Man's War?
No. Is it the Old Man's War?
Old Man's War's one. But I think Old Man, the last one supposedly I heard ends on a cliffhanger and he's not intending to finish it, so I haven't actually read that one.
See, I've not read that one. There's 13 books in the series. Is that the one?
Wow, I don't know if there's that many. I've not read that many. I know because I know there's some short stories as well.
I just need to
I quite like John. I quite like John Scalzi's stuff in general.
Yeah, I've got a lot of his.
But the other one that Chris Nuttall did is he did
it's Old Man's
Invasion
War,
in the Middle East. At one point he says at one point, who doesn't want to either but Osama bin Laden being gobbled up by aliens?
Yeah, I'm sure the Old Man's War. There's the Old Man's War book. And how many's in the series?
Yeah.
So I know it says there's only 6 books in the series. There must be.
Yeah.
It ends in the Human Division, then the End of All Things.
I think I've read the Human. I think I read the Human Division, but I haven't read the last one because I heard that it ends on a cliffhanger, but that he's actually not likely to come back to it.
That's crazy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I've read the Collapsing Empire one. That's only 3 books. That's quite good as well. And what other ones? Lock-In was quite a good one. It was a good premise.
Yeah, I've read quite a lot of his. He's got quite a few one-offs and shorts.
Android's Dream was another good one as well.
Yep. Agent to the Stars, I think I've read.
Yes, that was good as well. Furry Nation.
Don't think I've read Furry Nation yet.
Yeah, there's a load of really good stuff in there. See, there's Old Man's War book 4.5.
Yeah, because there are some short novellas as well in there, aren't there?
Yeah.
Short stories and novellas in it as well.
But if you're actually going for Matt Dinniman, that's the ones that I'm reading at the moment. Matt Dinniman, he's got some really good books, but he's got 1 or 2 is weird as hell, and I wouldn't touch with a barnacle. I read them, and then halfway through, I thought, I ain't listening to this. I'm not reading this anymore. And it was Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon. He's got 1 book, and I've listened to his Dominion of Blades books. There's 2 of those. I quite enjoyed them. I like the Dungeon Crawler Carol. I like them, and there's other ones that the Grinding a novel. It was okay, wasn't great, but that Kaiju was just sick. So it was. you have to be a psycho to actually enjoy it.
Mm.
And it's
Yeah.
just like he's almost throwing his stuff out and think, well, this one here is all these are all perverted sides. I think I'll put that out, see who likes it. I started listening to it and I didn't even get halfway through it, and I thought, and I handed it, but I'd basically returned it to Audible and got a different book. But his Dungeon Crawler Carols, I love. He's on book 5 at the moment.
Mm.
So, but do you know another one is good? Is the one I was telling you about, the most recent one. It's the NPC. Where is it called? Where is it? Come on, NPC. No, it's actually Everybody Loves Large Chests. There's 6 books in that series at the moment. It starts with Morningwood. Everybody Loves Large Chests. It's basically following the.
Yeah, I'm reading Morningwood at the moment. Although it's like a lot of I seem to fit a sort of thing on a lot of things.
It's basically designed for a teenager, so there's a bit extra sex in it, and I think they're just put in just because.
Yeah, well, I think I've got.
But the book series is good if you ignore the bits where it just seems to go into his perversions. But there is one of the most recent ones. I'm just trying to find the most recent one. Because I got the Shadow Master book is out as well. That's book 4. I quite enjoyed that. I just can't find this most recent one. Where is it? I need to find NPC. That's what I need to find. Because NPC is the first book in the Spell, Sword and Sorcery. Drew Hayes. That's who it is. Drew Hayes is the Spell, Source and Sorcery books are great. They're absolutely fantastic. It starts off as people playing a game, and then their party gets killed, and then it flicks over to the NPCs in the world, thinking, "Oh, we're all going to get killed because the mad king will kill us all because we killed people who work for him."
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
So there's 5 books in that series, and the 5th book I've just got, so that's going on to my reading list. So I'm going to read all of the books again. When I say read, do you know what I mean? I'm going to actually re-listen to. But Drew Hayes does some really good ones because there's the Case of the Damaged Detectives. I thought that was actually okay, but he's also got some horror, the Case of the Haunted House. So there's 5-minute Sherlocks, they're called.
Oh, I tell you what, I've got. I'd like to get some more of. There's old books again. Oh, okay, damn. I can't update my Caliber anymore. It requires Windows 10, not a problem. There's a series, there's a game sort of kind of based somewhat on ancient mythos. It's a role-playing system, but there's a few novels in that series which are detective books. And they're quite good because they're like one of them is they're set in what's the name it's called? I think it's Mythos or something. But they're set in various magic D&D type realms, but they're based in various they're based off of various cultures throughout human history. So I mean your main character is from an Egypt-based culture, but there's one where the culture in England is sort of, or in Britain is sort of pre-Roman Celtic and things like this.
Yeah.
And they're all, you know, some they're quite good.
Have you read the ones with Cato and Paulo?
No, I haven't read those ones. I've read Lindsay Davis's Falco and Flavio Albi ones.
It's basically I'll need to dig one of the books out. But the only reason I never read the final book is I got it, and me and my friend used to actually share the books. So when I went to give loan her the book, she says, I'll get it. I'm actually not feeling well at the moment, so I'll see you when I get back. and she had cancer and passed before, so the book's been sitting there unread because I can't bring myself to read it. But they're a good series. Hold on.
Mm. Yeah, there are a few. I mean, I've said before, quite a bit of my interest and my general knowledge from history and medieval comes from well-researched authors of historical mysteries.
Yeah, it's the Eagle series. I'm just trying to remember it.
Oh, you mean the Simon Scarrow ones?
Simon Scarrow, the Eagle.
I've read the first one. I've got a lot of those. Yes, I've read the first one.
Yeah, really good.
They're set. Cato and Macro. Because they're set, aren't they? The first one I think is set within Caesar's invasion of Britain.
It is 42 AD. Quintus Lucius Lucinus. Cato has just arrived in the Germany with the new recruits, the Second Legion, the toughest Roman army. And it's basically
I've read the first one of those ones, but yeah.
So it's about Cato and Quintus Lucius.
Well, this is another genre. There was an expansion way back when I was a lot younger, when I was a teenager and young adult. I used to what you could mainly get. You got historical romances, and they weren't necessarily romance as in Mills and Boone, lovey-dovey.
A war movie, a war one where they were just trying to get back to the love of their life.
Well, no, it wasn't even that. It was romance, as in the French meaning of the word roman, a novel. So you got the likes of Jean Plaidy, was one of the really big authors. She wrote a lot of these things, and then you had this, and they were historical novels. I think there was romance in them because they're novels, and romance is a real part of life, especially if, for some reason, a lot of these were written by women. The main characters were female.
Yeah.
Not that there were any female characters before 2015, of course. But then you get Edith Pargeter takes up the pen name of Ellis Peters and creates this guy called Brother Cadfael.
Yeah, the Cadfael ones.
The Cadfael ones come out, and shortly after that, you suddenly seem to get literally an explosion of historical murder mysteries.
Was it David Jameson or something like that? It played Cadfael.
David Jacobi was Cadfael. Yes, I've got all those somewhere.
The Simon Scarrow, the Eagle ones, it's all about Centurion, Macro, and Cato.
I've got the first couple of them. I think I've got one.
I really like them. They're really good books. So they are.
Anyway, guys.
I know. So
we're coming up for 1 o'clock. So yeah.
So, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, lads and lassies, remember Wednesday we are looking at Snatch. Next Saturday we'll be back here for more fun and Let's Talk Geeky. But in the meantime, from myself, Alec and Colin, thank you for joining us. And remember, we're not old. We're classic.
Oh, yes.
And the guys.
Some